Are you going to be in your office? Okay, so I'll just poke my head out when we're ready. Love them to death. Love them to pieces. Yeah.
All of you.
So somebody told me.
Okay. Hey, how are you?
Oh.
And I don't know if that was,
Yeah,
you know, true or not true. I thought,
that makes
that
sense.
makes sense,
Yeah.
because
Very true.
it's not as easy to get it as for going on.
Oh,
No, then. Oh, yes.
Oh, wow. Well, first.
do we announce if we have an interpreter available for parents that would like to? Okay. She's gonna be here today, right? Okay, because I know Lisa mentioned that last
That's why
time.
we have the signs up and everything, so
Okay.
from now on, we have a contract with them,
Okay.
So.
Perfect.
so we should announce it,
Okay.
you know, like ask, everybody, in Spanish.
Yeah. Okay, I'll let Pat know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think if I wore my new shirt, people would get offended.
Oh. No, I think it'd be totally appropriate.
Right? That's why I had to buy it.
What the hell is that?
I have no idea. I'm setting up, and saw them rolling things in. Give it a few minutes, I go over there and grab some.
you mind? I am, it's not starting for a while, they're in closed session right now. Do you mind making bagel bites for the kids? Oh, thank you. All right, you got anything for me while I wait? Oh, you caught me in my, oh my gosh, I say it to him all the time. All right. I don't know, I say it all the time and for some reason, it's like, my bubble, you're in my window, maybe. Maybe I say bubble. Oh, yeah. Whatever. Thank you. No, it's not. But thank you. Bye. Are we still talking? You walked out of your last or walked into your last? No. Well, I figured since you didn't call me back that we may not be talking right now. I'm not over there anymore. I'm okay. You threw me for a loop today. And then you went back on me. then you wavered. Yes. Are you satisfied with the solution? Mm-hmm. Isn't that your favorite part of the job? How was Crystal after all that? She seemed very like annoyed. Mm-hmm. Because you wanted Victoria there and that was an ego issue for her? And what did she say when you said, all right, let's talk about this, why we're doing like, right,
or somewhere in the middle where they're just working independently, but not collaborating on things. Too much. Mhm. 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 Why? Yes. Mhm. And so she was upset that she got some backlash from the middle school team. She did say that she, I mean, I don't know if what she's doing is helping bridge or not, but she did say she feels like the middle school team is like their own silo. But I want you to remember, just kind of think back to all the times where you have put energy into something, and how other people feel when they're not giving your energy. I don't know if that's the situation here, but just historically speaking, I remember that certain teams would feel like, oh, James, he came, he did what he needed to do with me, and then he left. But I mean, the 1 minute manager, if they all read that, would know that that's a good thing, that you're not spending all that time there. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. On a confusing note, the HPS teachers were absolutely thrilled that they didn't have to go to GPS. Which is upsetting in a way because I want them to feel like they're connected to their partners in a way where they can't wait to go work together. Um, so that kind of makes me sad. Distress. Yeah, it could be. I don't know if I never had to do the cross-site stuff, so I have very little perspective. Okay, do you mind that we continue on with the green light, and then when it comes time, then that they can go in and collaboratively make the tweaks, or? Okay, I don't want to feel like I'm going off of the path without you, and that you're not. Yeah. With who? Oh. Okay. Oh, nice. Tonight on a school night? Oh, got it. Protest of. Well, I'm sure you got him there. Just sticking it to him. The dead family is just sticking it to him. I think it's a good sign that you're reading their temperature right now and being able to make decisions based on their temperature. That's a glow. Now I have to pick up lunch and breakfast and do an icebreaker. Well, for the morning. Yes, now all of a sudden. I asked to do the lunch already. Yeah. All right, I got nothing else for you other than what are we, the boss. So I called Kevin today to update him on our change plans. And he sounded like super worried that I called him. Like I shouldn't, like, why are you calling? Like, I'm like, hi, Kevin. He goes, hi. He goes, has James called you yet? He's like, no. And I go, no. I go, why do you sound so worried? He goes, I'm still worried. Like just the fact that I'm calling him, like threw him for a loop. I'm like, it's nothing. It's all good. I never, which is probably why he was wondering why I was calling. How often do you call him? Do you know? How do you find time to like go to the bathroom if you're calling all these people every day? Should I be calling him every day? I talk to you every day. I call you sometimes every day. Yes. Famous what? Oh. Do you call Debbie and Victoria? But now that we're in our position, should we be calling the other person's admin staff? Okay, I don't mind, I mean, I adore them, I don't mind checking in with them, I just don't want them to feel like I'm checking up on them. Then, okay, thank you, I do respond, I just don't respond, immediately, sometimes I wait several hours to get back to her, and I apologize for that. I should get better at that. Which is our, But we don't really meet on these type of things. And then what I am finding is that I can't send these things, well, it's not even just the expectations of what we wanted out of that day. But also just the fact that planning these things 24 hours before it happens is not, it's not, the HPS staff is not gonna have that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they want us to be more proactive in our planning and not wait until the last minute to do things. Hello? So yeah, we have a breakdown. Our breakdown is how did we both not know that that was the expectation, what I thought was. You mean the, are you talking about the incentive? Oh, that's on our meeting tomorrow. So my suggestion, Mike, is that we have that the kids vote. Instead of us just picking one and saying, oh, this is where we're going, that the kids have, send out a Google Doc to all the kids that are in 3, 4, 5, or I don't know. If we want to think about it, but it has like 6 options on there, and then we do the big reveal of which options.
Calvers.
Yes.
They're working together.
Matt, Matthew?
Yes.
And I see his middle name in there.
Yes.
Off to go to. Did you get to meet Matthew in the office?
So you know who he is, yeah.
Yeah, they pulled it out to go over it.
You look beautiful. I love your dress. So nice.
Thank you.
I'll get a more fair dress.
So when you are in your middle school, then I think they should go to school. Right? Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Clean, Clearly you sprayed some axe spray before we left. Oh, that's not bad.
So I don't have a middle school one, though, I just have the 3-5. I'm rating one, Three America, Discovery Kingdom, Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk, and then the city.
The small town is one.
Either one. Yeah. But this, the fact that those are just for buildings, so that would be like on our 3 to 5 though. So my next question is, will we do it organization wide, or are we do it? Right, there was a lot of chaos with as many people as we had. Raining water. Go there. Oh, I was not. Let's see, we added something else to it today. Yeah, take a look at it. I think there it is. The dashboard. There's a new, the dashboard. Policy sharing and setting that on.
Just do one here and then we'll probably see it first.
Do it again, one, please.
You have to go to these conversations. They're part of the job. You can, but maybe they need to get your interview. Alright. Okay, great. See ours here put on it? Like right in front.
What's that coming in?
Wait,
Oh, his state. Hey, Matthew, your state report's up there. Look at that. Oh, ignore the better first.
oh, yeah?
Figure out the It's great. Yeah, thanks.
One day, two. What you got?
I did find it where it is. Rachel?
Yeah, I'm gonna have some.
Oh, no, yeah. Morning.
No,
How's it going? Good.
glad I'm Tracy.
Yeah, me too. I'm always glad to hear you. How's life? I'm just gonna start. Ready? You're good? Sure.
We got 15 minutes.
Yeah. 15, so.
Yeah. Well, that's the case. That's the overachiever ability right there. Halfway through your master's degree. Yeah, that's not. You're not related to the rest of the world. Nice try.
He's trying.
He's trying.
Oh, cooking that, yes.
waiting for that.
Jim's already up. Yeah. Shower. You're clean. I need to spray some Max on too. So.
Yeah. Practice, but we're there. It is. Yes. So. Awesome. He was just up there, like, oh, that's why you help it. Jeremy. But it was really. Oh, yeah, the original book.
We're both already. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Right? I didn't want to leave. Look into my tank. Awesome. Yeah.
Okay. So do I need to turn Okay. So there's more than. Right. Oh, okay. Sounds good.
How you doing, Lynn? Great.
Okay, the other one they actually. Oh,
But they're gonna press.
Oh, maybe not.
okay. Oh, thanks, I appreciate it. What is it?
I reached out.
Did you get it? I have. There it is. Yeah, I watched that one.
I had to do that. Well, those two.
I'm not telling you like that. I need to offer.
I
Renovated or he renovated?
Yeah.
Well, nice meeting you.
I'm not gonna make that mistake.
Got a surprise visit from you yesterday.
How about that? No, it's, yeah. Well, what Oh, no. Oh, I'm also. Yeah. But anyway, thank you.
Is there any good place to set up these things? Just grab a seat, huh? Why does, you know, it's like the classroom. Nobody sits up in front. You know, even if I'm going to college, I always sit in the back like this. Hoping the teacher would never call me. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's right. God bless you. And a lot of work.
He's gonna smile. How are you?
Lisa, we got it.
Accelerated.
Good evening. We have a student from the Accelerated Achievement Academy and a student from Carvana. Good evening, Dr. Andrews, Dr. Curtis, Board President Ms. Moore, and board members. My name is Matthew Lee, and I'm a fourth grade student at Accelerated Achievement Academy. I am 9 years old.
My name is Anaïs Kelly, and I am a kindergarten student. And I am 6 years old.
Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Matthew. Big hand for Matthew. Matthew. And then a big hand for Anaiki Absolutely. Well, thank you for having us this evening. Mrs. Herbst and I are real excited to come together as two schools, one community, which is the theme of our turkey trot in November, but also the theme of our bulletin board this year. We want to say a special thank you to Danielle Canez and our second grade team for the man hours putting the bulletin board together. I think it came out really nice. I'm really excited about it. So at this time of year, we come together as educators and we evaluate what we've been doing all year and then also kind of think about what we're doing in the future. So we are thinking about the next, but we sometimes tend to get really busy. It's March Madness. And so we want to stop and reflect at this time on some of the people at our staff that are making a special difference to us. So we also wanted to mention that these people really are instrumental in helping to move us forward, which is our second theme for this evening, that we're going places and we're moving along. So we're pleased to recognize some of our support staff this evening. We want to start with, and she says, please don't let me be first, but she's first on my list. So we're going to start with Tiffany Bianchi, our resource I know that Dr. Andrew got a long list of items that our resource teachers do and are responsible for. Can you have this? No crying allowed. Okay, so the list is exhausting, but I just wanted to say that she does a little bit more than it is really on her to-do list. I just have to say that she is our cheerleader. Our star card creator, she likes to participate and help motivate everybody in the district. She's our shadow when we really doubt ourselves, especially in the area of technology and helping us move forward with that. She was one of the first Google certified in our district and one of our innovators to help move that along. And she is our Kleenex provider at really tough staff meetings, so I do have to say. So those are all other duties unassigned, and so, but she does it because she cares. So we just want to say thank you, Tiffany.
Okay, then we have Marianne Zuniga. Marianne started last year with us as our literacy coach, her focus being English language development and reclassification. Between the two schools, she helped us to reclassify close to 30 students last year. And that is a 1/3 number at our site. And she helped us to understand ELD as more than a mandated curriculum, but rather a daily occurrence that so many of our students need to access the subject that others just take for granted. And then she helped us move our strategies into the area of math, which helped us show as much growth as we did this year on our benchmark. Her coaching skills are a great model for our district's goal of including coaching in the next 2 years.
All right, now we have Catalina Johnson, our intervention teacher. So Catalina keeps vacillating between wanting to return to the classroom or continuing as an intervention teacher. She is such an awesome teacher. but we so value her impact on the masses of our students. She is self-taught in the area of special needs kids. She wants training, but she's really self-taught. She does her own research day after day, and she dedicates herself to more time planning than the actual implementing, which is a good sign for a good teacher. And she spends a lot of time communicating with her grade level peers. And so there's really a lot of continuity between the grade levels and the intervention lab. She has devoted her years to Calaveras School. She's been there a long time. She recognizes the impact that our students have on our future society. So I've just been really honored. She's an incredible asset to our school. So thank you.
Ana Cuevas is not here tonight, but we would like to honor her as one of our site support teachers, as well as Jose Rivera. Site support teachers have morphed into a unique position at our school, originally called our super subs. Those that knew all students who would go in and relieve teachers throughout the day for parent conferences, data chats, coaching sessions, goal setting conferences, and more, ended up being the heart of our school. They are the ones that know all of our kids intimately, their strengths and their challenges, and have confidential conversations with them about their dreams, their struggles, and suggest ways as to how to conquer them in positive ways. They have deep conversations with parents, and parents trust them. In fact, Ana is at science camp right now because some of our students wouldn't go without some sort of mama bear there. Jose is a positive role model for some of our most at-risk boys. He has mentored them and followed them through growth and mistakes, and has helped them to see their lives as a process of ups and downs, but ones that are worth fighting for. He shares his own unique story as a motivation and an inspiration.
Our next honoree is Monica Ruiz. Not to be confused with Monique Ruiz, the principal, though. Let's give her a hand. Though Monique has received a lot of phone calls and she just kind of types back the message, wrong person. But our site was one of the first to receive one-to-one electronic devices for our students. And Chromebooks in general at the time were kind of difficult to get started because we had just gotten used to our laptops. But Monica was there to help us distribute them all and get them up and running. And she still has so much patience, especially with me, as I learned. She used to set up the TV and the Chromebook for the staff meeting, and now she sits in the back in her own little room just waiting if I needed something. And I'm doing better, but I have to say thank you to Monica. She's just always there. So we really thank Monica for being here.
Our last honoree, which is Manuel. Manuel, or Manny, is now a site tech at another school. One day he was there assisting in a Google certification test of 5 more people at our site, and we got the call saying he was being pulled, and all we could do was give him a quiet hug goodbye before he was gone. But we are so grateful for his patience, his ability to assist while at the same time not doing it all for you, for his help in leading our school in Google certification. He is definitely missed by our site.
So I would just like to add that it has been such an honor to have been the principal of Calaveras School for 11 years. So I just thank you for that opportunity. I've been able to open up the Accelerated Achievement Academy, and I've been able to work absolutely day to day with some phenomenal people, such as Andy Para, Joe Rivas, and now Diana Hurst. I just consider it an honor to have been able to do that. So we really, really, I think it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, I want to welcome everybody to the trustee meeting. And I see we have some high school students in the audience, and thank you for making this your first visit to a local governmental organization. I have some housekeeping things to remind you of. Board bylaw 9324 means that we're taping, and the film will be broadcast. It's on YouTube. So smile and be gentle with your comments if you don't want them broadcast. Members of the audience are invited to address the board on any topic on tonight's agenda. When the item is being addressed during a regular board meeting, the public may also speak on the board on topics not on tonight's agenda under the public comment section. If you wish to make a comment tonight, complete one of the blue speakers cards and bring it to the front before the item is being addressed. Let's see what else. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. You can speak less than 3 minutes, but for each item, we will limit your time to 15 minutes so that we can proceed with the rest of the meeting. If you have something, if you're, the board president may increase or decrease the amount of time, the public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of people wishing to be heard. The president may also hold speakers for or against a particular issue and make the additional speakers only if you have something new to add. Speakers are advised to, when they're asked to speak, come to the microphone and state your name. If your issue involves a complaint against staff, speakers are, this instance, are encouraged to be aware that it's open for civil liability. So if you have a complaint, please speak to the superintendent or the complaint officer. We also have tonight, if you need translation services are available. No? Yes, no? No, not tonight. Okay. And we will go on to closed session. Announcement, there was no action taken in closed session. Now I need a motion to approve the agenda for tonight.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Now we will go on to public comments. This is items that are not on tonight's agenda.
First individual is Stephen Berlansky. He could please come to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys, for giving me a minute or so of your time. That's probably all I'll really need. I'm speaking about the reduction in OT staff that is on the agenda as far as our decreases go. We're looking at going from 2 full-time down to 1.5 is what the proposal is. We kind of have been taking a look at our numbers and what's going on with that. We are looking at a full caseload, which was presented by the special ed staff. It's 90 for the 2 OTs that we have right now. We have, like I said, the 2 full OTs. Our current caseload between the 2 of us is 7
OT.
occupational therapists. I'm sorry, excuse me. Our current caseload right now is 78. We've got 2 new kids moving into the district, which puts us right around 80, which gives us 40 kids per OT. At 90 kids total to make a full caseload, that would equal out to about 45 kids on caseload to give us full time. So we're about 5 less than that at our current level. At the 0.75, which we would each be reduced to, if you're looking at 90 kids, you're looking at around 33.75, so not quite 34 kids. So we got a quarter of a kid that we got lost in somewhere there. So, but the numbers as they're bearing out right now on this date, and that's without any additional kids being brought on through new referrals towards the end of the year or any other kids moving into the district, we're actually at about 89% as far as where we're at right now. So, yes, Elizabeth?
You have 1 minute, sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem. So thanks so much. So you can see that that's a bit over the 75% that they're wanting us to be reduced to. The things that I really worry about is that the reports and assessments are really going to have a difficult time getting those done in a timely manner. The students actually receiving the services that are on their IEPs. Then the attendance and participation in IEP meetings is going to be getting more difficult with limited hours. For instance, I had 5 IEPs last week. 2 of those pushed me almost to 6 o'clock. So if we're decreased and we're actually, starting to split hairs about hours, it's going to be difficult for us to really do those and participate in those. The results being that we could become out of compliance. We're not giving the services that we are should be providing. Hurts the students, the number one thing, and also sets us up for a lot of litigation, I would think, being out of compliance on our IEPs. So thanks so much, though, guys. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Alma Yunis.
Hi, I am the other OT that works for our Hollister School District. And so I'm just going to piggyback off of Steve's presentation and just kind of go over a few of the numbers that was presented last board meeting on February 28th. In that presentation, under the Special Ed Task Force recommendations for the caseload averages, based on the FICMAT recommendations, it stated that speech and language pathologists, the average we have is at 45, and SELPA's average is 55. So it's a 10-student difference. Also, resource specialists, Hollister has 19.8, the SELPA does not exceed 28, which gives you an 8-student difference. APE caseload currently is at 13, average SELPA is 45 to 55, which is a 27 student difference. And then we get to OTs, which Steve kind of mentioned. We are at a higher amount. So, it's 75 that was presented that day. It gives us each 37.5. So as with the 45, 55 SELPA numbers. So it's actually a 7.5 difference. And then by the end of the school year, with the current students, like Steve said, there's something added. We actually have even some being exited from the OT programs that are coming up. With that said, with adding on kids, exiting kids, we will both be at 40, like you said, about in the 80 range. So that's about only 4 to 5 students, 40.5 student difference. So each year, we also have to take into consideration that from the ECE, we receive students in, it's about 3 to 4 students that come in with OT services already on their IEP, which would bring us to only a 2 student difference. So again, I look at, the speech and language therapists that have a 10 and, RST, we don't want to be at that max. And even Rick had mentioned at our SPED meeting in February 16th, that it's not best practice to be at our limit to ensure that we still can do child find, which is a legal requirement for schools to find all children who have disabilities and who may be entitled to special ed services. The schools must evaluate any child that is known or suspects may have a disability. So with that, the proposed cuts, we will be at our max, actually over our max, and unable to do child find. So, it really is concerning to me, and I would welcome, if you wanted, happy to sit down with any board meeting or administration team just to go over the current numbers and the past numbers, because I was here when Big Mac was here, in 2014, and we can go over all of these numbers, and I just respectfully request that the board members please hold off on making decisions to cut until all the facts are presented, and you can actually make an informed decision, because you have to remember who's going to suffer here. Are we going to be able to meet the demands required of us to see these students? So thank you so much for your
They have a choice to either do public comments or on an agenda item.
I just was told that the translator is here if anyone needs to have the meeting translated for you. If you do, she's right now.
Yes, please.
Disculpe que llegue tarde, pero si hay alguna persona que necesite interpretación al español, por favor me lo hace saber.
Okay. The next speaker is Robert Curry.
Good evening. My name's Robert Curry. I'm one of those parents, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, that deals with 2 sides of kids. I have 2 kids who are special needs, and I have 1 child that's advanced in math and other studies. As much as I would love to sit here and talk about my son who is special needs, and talk about the new SS, the new policy on special ed. To sit here and let the board come up with their own study, review their own study, and come up with their own policy on their study, when obviously there's a complete and utter lack of communication from high school, which is their own district, to the Hollister School District. We were told last meeting that if a kid is in algebra in 7th grade or in advanced math, he's going to retake algebra his 8th grade year, but it's going to be high school algebra. That's a complete contradiction to anything that I've ever understood. I don't understand how, if you're teaching a kid algebra in middle school, why is it different than teaching a kid algebra in high school? If you look at the advanced track they have going into high school, they're going to take a summer class for geometry. When you look at architecture, when you look at construction, engineering, all that stuff requires a solid basis for geometry. For a kid to go into any of these fields and to be prepared mathematically, they have to be in advanced math and go into geometry by their 8th grade year or by their freshman year. But to sit there and say that you will not stick a kid in geometry in 8th grade strictly because you guys do not believe that they understand the basics of algebra based on test scores, my son is one to prove you guys wrong. My son, according to your guys' policy, was not going to be placed in advanced math in his 7th grade year because he didn't test high enough in one of the tests that he was given at the end of 6th grade. As of right now, he has A's and B's. And that was the goal that I set for him. Anything less than a B, I was dropping him from advanced math back down to regular math. He has met my expectation. He has beat the expectation of the school district of a C or better, or he's going to be wrong. The school board really needs to look at finding ways to make kids learn math better and communicate with the high school what needs to be taught. Because obviously something's going on, and if it's dealing with the Common Core transition, then that needs to be looked at. But for a kid to be taught algebra for 2 straight years makes absolutely 0 sense. My kid in 4th grade and in 5th grade during math time, doodled. He drawed because he knew what he was doing. The teachers allowed him to draw while everyone else was doing math. He should have been in algebra in 6th grade, and he wasn't. I just wish this board would take a look at their policy on math and communicate with the high school and talk with them and find a new policy other than sitting there holding kids back and watching. Thank you.
What was your name?
Next speaker, Angela Higgins.
Hi, I have a copy of an email I sent to the board last year. May I approach it? So as I said, that was an email I sent to the board a year ago, almost to the date. It was March 15, 2016. And in it, I asked that you wait before voting to implement the priority school status and plan at R.O. Hardin. One of the many reasons I gave was to allow the new superintendent to, quote, come in and create a vision for our district so that R.O. Hardin's plan will be in line with that vision, unquote. After 1 year and thousands of dollars in training, R.O. Hardin is losing not only its trained vice principal, but now also its trained instructional assistants. I understand that cuts need to be made. I understand that our superintendent has a very clear vision, as she should have, for our district, and that changes need to be made to accommodate that vision. I'd like to remind you that every single person in this room, except for maybe the high school students, are here because kids sit in the seats in our schools. We are here for those kids. And it's the children at R.O. Hardin that are negatively affected by change and more change. And these are children who are very vulnerable. Many of them are very vulnerable to change because of the chaos in their own homes. Excuse me. I believe in supporting our superintendent, the one that you guys voted to hire. It's the only way that our district can get it in line to really make the children in our community succeed to the best of their abilities. However, I am asking, and I'm not the first one to ask, R.O. Hardin from the changes. It's been 1 year, and our little Huskies deserve consistency. They deserve the chance to excel, and that's what that consistency would bring. You have precedent that allows you to protect our students from more change. It happened in 2006, 2007, during the economic downturn at HDLA. You have a duty to think first of those children because it's their parents that you report to. It's not our superintendent. It's not CSEA. It's not HESTA. It's the parents of our community that voted you into office. And it's their children that you have the duty to vote to protect at this time. So if you could please take this into consideration when you vote tonight on the instructional assistants. And if you could please take that into consideration, it's not too late to keep Ms. Dizon at her school. Less change, the better for the kids. Thank you.
Good evening, President Patricia Moore, board members, Dr. Lisa Andrew, and Dr. Dennis Kurtz. I'm here on behalf of the classified employees and some of them being laid off. The original proposal was for $900,000 in cuts and involving the classified employees, but now it turns out that it would be $1,031,350. I know your rationale on these cuts is based on CADI, which compares us with like districts, and CASPO, which gives ratios. But I urge you to visit our school sites and observe the classified employees as they perform their daily duties. The paras, as well as the teachers, can't envision coverage in the classrooms, as 41 paras are slated to be laid off. The office staffs are dealing with a high volume of phone calls, parents, visitors, and students. The middle schools are especially dealing with more, having to take attendance each period. This age group also can be a bit more challenging and can cost more time in dealing with them. Secretaries will be cut a total of 7 hours. And Rancho has 870 more or less students, and they're being cut 1 hour in their time. Mays has a little over 700, and they're being cut 2 hours in their time. So again, I urge you to visit our sites, stay a while, and see what our jobs entail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to a report of developers' fees, collection, and expenditures from 12 to 17. And we have Mr. Velez. Mr. Teal.
All right. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Andrew, Dr. Kurtz. Just like to take a few minutes of your evening to talk about our developer fee program. So one of the stipulations that's put on districts when we impose developer fees is that if we have the developer fee sitting on our books any longer than 5 years, every 5 years we have to report to the board what we intend to do and what we intend with some of those developer fees. At this point, we don't have any developer fees that have been on our books that long, but it is still good practice to present to the board in an open session the developer fees information for transparency for the community and taxpayers, and also just kind of get that information out there. So just a little background information. So we collect developer fees from developers, people who build houses or commercial buildings. So the idea behind that is as homes come in, as businesses come in, that's going to attract families and that's going to attract students to our schools. And as that happens, we're going to need the facilities to be able to house those students. So what we do is we charge a fee per square foot of building that is built, and we put that into a separate fund, into Fund 25, our developer fees fund, and that's really set aside for constructing new facilities or expanding current ones. So the point is to use that money that we're getting from developers for anticipated expanding student body and build facilities and expand facilities to meet that need. Oh, back one. Sorry, this is doing a lot of work right now. Okay, so a little history of developer fees at Hollister School District. 2014, we had a facilities master plan that has been brought to this board many times before. There's about $150 million in facilities needs. Some of that was needs for modernization, which is not covered under developer fees. A bit of it is for expansion. You know, with all the construction everyone sees going on around us, we are anticipating an increase in enrollment. And with that, you know, we're going to need larger facilities to house all those students. So up through 2015-16, we were collecting what's called level 1 fees. So there's 3 levels of fees. Level 1's kind of the bottom. You have level 2. I do not believe at this point anyone has actually been able to impose level 3 fees. There's a lot of things have to happen before you can get to there. But in any event, in 2016-17, we had developer fee study. I believe it was last June or July that went in front of the board, and that recommended that we impose a level 2 developer fee. So our developer fees went from $2.63 per square foot up to $3.62. So as all these homes are going up around us, we were able to impose just slightly higher fee and get a bit more money to help our facilities. It's working now. Okay. So what we're looking at here is our developer fee revenues since fiscal year 2012. So that's July 1st, 2011 through to date. 2017 is an estimate. Last I checked, we're at just about $1.8 million so far in 2017. So you can see 2012, 13, 14, steady increase through those years. In 2016, so that's 2015-16 year, we saw an enormous increase in the amount of developer fees that we had collected. And that trend seems to keep continuing upward. Part of that, roughly $1 or so per square foot, was because we started imposing the level 2 developer fees in 2015-16. The other real major part of it is, you know, as everyone can see around us, just the massive explosion in residential building. So we've definitely seen a large increase. And with that, we've actually started using those funds to expand our current facilities. Didn't really spend much 2012 through 15, 2016, a lot of that. We had an expansion of the HDLA. John Talia, our director of facilities, will speak a little bit more on the specific projects that these developer fees funded. And you see 2017, the same thing. We're continuing using that with our Measure M, and we'll also be using our developer fees with Measure B to get those projects underway. So at this point, I'll turn it over to John Talia, and he will go over exactly what we're doing with them.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. John Talia, Director of Facilities. I'd like to stay with this slide for a minute before I lead into the projects that we've done with the developer fees. If you recall, it's been almost 2 years now that staff requested from the board that the board consider utilizing some Measure M funds to fund the growth at HDLA, because there was not sufficient funds in our developer fee account at the time, which the board did approve of that loan, if you will, and the developer fees are being reimbursed by the Measure M fund with those funds that have been approved on some of the items for those projects. So probably the largest project to date, again, would be the HDLA Gathering Hills expansion project, which we successfully finished for this new school year. It included one new administration building, 5 new classroom buildings, a new restroom building. I added the lunch shift structure in there. That was actually a Measure M project, but it kind of helped with the build out of the entire site because it needed to be accommodate the growth and the additional enrollment. A new fire alarm system for the entire campus, new bell clock intercom, new voice over IP phone system, and new security fencing. So I have a couple of photos here of the final product. It's the new admin building there at HDLA. You'll see the new gates, security gates at the front there. 5 new classroom buildings, in the back of the campus with new perimeter fencing leading out to the field for security. New restroom building. So boys, girls, I'm sorry.
Thank you for closing the door.
Yeah. So there's a boys, girls, and a staff restroom, all inclusive in that building. It's a photo of the shade structure. Also, the development fees, as Gabe had mentioned, will be utilized and have been utilized to get us to a point where we're at today in our proposed new school site conceptual plan. So everything from hiring our consultants to performing the required tests by the state in regards to your hazardous materials, the proximity to the water tanks, proximity to the flight pattern for the airport, to PG&E gas lines. All of those required inspections and reports have been funded by the developer fee fund to get us to this point, as well as our architect that has been with us to get us to this point in the conceptual plan. So just wanted to ensure that the board understood where these funds are going to. And as Gabe had mentioned, it is there are 3 levels, and we did approach the board last year for you to consider and approve to go to a level 2, which greatly has helped us, as you can see. But that is an annual type of renewal, so we'll be bringing a contract back to the board here next month for your consideration to do another assessment. We have to go through the same process each year to confirm that we still meet the certain requirements and criteria that make us eligible to collect developer level 2 developer fees. You have to answer any questions?
Yeah, prior to our going to level 2, what was collected had to be split with the high school. But with level 2, it doesn't have to be split with the high school.
That's correct.
So that's part of our significant jump there. Plus, they're continuing to build houses.
Yes.
And you're collecting those fees yourself now?
Yes, we began collecting the fees here at the district as opposed to the county Office of Education or the county planning department. We started that beginning this calendar year, so 1st of January.
And where are you with the audit, we'll call it, other developer fees?
We're working with legal at this point to get the information from them.
So future plans, as we are incurring, collecting more and more developers fees, do we have like an idea of what we have certain, those monies asked for moving forward?
Yes.
I'm sure you do. And more. Ooh.
So actually, we had the Measure B bond sale today, as well as the Measure M. So we do have funds in our accounts for these projects, which is great news. As you know, Measure B was approved by the voters for $36 million. Our estimated project costs at this time are near $50 million for a new school. So relying on getting these developer fees is going to be very important for us to help offset that shortfall as we are right now. We are applying for modernization funds and matching funds from the state with the passage of Prop 51. And if we're successful with getting state matching funds and modernization funds, then if there is any surplus Measure B funds, we are hoping to use that to do more items on the approved Measure B list.
I just want to bring it to the attention of the people in the audience too, that these funds that we're talking about, B and M, can only be used on facilities and the items that are on the facilities plan. We can't use those for teacher salaries or any other option. They're for hard and fast buildings and bathrooms.
Yes.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Our next report is a comparison of the district benchmark scores from fall of 2016 to 17, to spring of 2017. We haven't had fall of 2017 yet.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Andrew, Dr. Kurtz, staff and community, Juana Martinez, Director of Educational Services. The first of my two reports for the evening is a comparison of our district benchmark data. You may remember that at the February 4th data session that we had, that the data that we discussed were the benchmark scores from fall, which were the tests that were taken in October. And so now we're going to look at how they compare to the spring benchmark scores that were just completed this month. As a reminder, what are the district benchmark assessments, and also what are they not? What I want to make clear when we look at this data is that it is not a mini SBAC test. We're not able to test everything that is on the SBAC at a benchmark score, or we would be days and days and days of testing. As you know, the SBAC takes.
And the SBAC is the state assessment.
The Smarter Balance. That stands for Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium, but we come to call that test the SBAC, which is part of the CASP testing system, which includes other tests. So we're trying to be sure that we're distinct on that. The district benchmark assessments are continually evolving, and they are based on the Smarter Balanced Assessment. What we have done this year is, as more information has been released about the items on the SBAC assessment, we have taken that information and changed our benchmarks to better match what we can see that the students are going to be tested on and how they're going to be asked questions, which is very important because they may know fractions, but if the columns on the test are presented in a way that they don't understand what they're being asked to do, they're not going to be able to show what they know. So as you can see, I have underlined claim 1. And within claim 1, we can address all the items there, and I'm going to explain what I mean by that. There are 4 claims in English Language Arts on the data assessment, and there are 4 claims in math, although California has chosen to combine number 2 and number 4. So in California, there are only 3, but that's semantics. Claim 1 in English Language Arts is reading, and claim 1 in math is concepts and procedures. And some of the information that has been released includes where we are going to get the biggest bang for our buck. And we have realized that claim 1 has the most items on the English Language Arts SBAC test and on the math. So you will see that in our analysis, we could see that 35% of the items on the SBAC come from claim 1, which is reading. And in math, 50% of the items come from claim 1, which is concepts and procedures. So that's where we have chosen to start with the evolution this year of our benchmark assessments, because it's too much to try to take on everything. We need to chunk it and focus. So the benchmark assessments now also are teacher created. We've had groups of teachers come in and help with the development of these benchmarks, both so that we can do professional development around what should our assessment be really measuring, and so that the teachers would have more buy-in on what was being asked of them to test. Important to note that our benchmarks are graded the old-fashioned way using percentage cut points. We have no way of developing a scaled score, which is one of the perceived downfalls of the SBAC, is that the scores that we get are at such a level that we can't dig down into with the specific standards. So we have chosen to keep our benchmarks being graded this way, with the ability to go down and identify particular standards where the students still need additional help. So it's hard to compare it directly to the way the SBAC is scored. Again, as I said, they're revised annually as we know more about the SBAC assessment. This year, the item specifications came out, which means that they tell you how they developed the particular way the questions are asked on the test, and they give you examples. But for each example, there might be 6 different item stems. So the question might be asked in 6 different ways. So we haven't been able to put 6 different types of questions on our benchmark assessment for every single standard, or else we would have the SBAC and it would be days to test. So it will continue to evolve as we learn more and as we look at our tests. Every time we do an assessment, we look through it and we go, wow, everyone in the district, that was red. We need to look and see if the item was bad, or if we put it at the wrong place in the year. So we're continually analyzing what we're doing with the test. The English language arts tests basically test the same standards because reading is reading. But the reading becomes more rigorous. So you have the beginning of the year reading level, and now we're towards the end of the year reading level. So even though it's testing reading of literature and reading of informational text, the reading is harder. The math tests different standards, but we know they build on the previous standards. So in order to do decimals well, you need to understand fractions. Fractions may have been on the first benchmark, maybe decimals now, but it had to build on prior knowledge. And then of course, we want the teachers and the staff to use this to help inform their instruction. And as I understand, Dr. Andrews shared with you the document that she had the principals working on that shares their next very specific steps after they look at it. So that's where we want it to go. Okay. Now, we had a goal for English language arts of 50% and a goal for math of 40%. Where did we get those numbers? Well, if you look at the picture over here in the corner, you may recognize that 5x5 grid because we introduced that at the February 4th data session. And then Dr. Andrew presented a little bit more on it at the last board meeting in my absence. Thank you. The original version of this 5x5 grid set those goals for you to be able to get into the green. You had to start at least 50% in English language arts and 40% in math. So that's where that goal came from. Okay. The 5x5 grid is very different now. They changed it. It has evolved. It doesn't even have percentages on it anymore. It's now how close you are to level 3, which is net standard. But this is what the information we had to work with at the beginning of the year, so this is what we used. Okay. Any questions on that? All right, so we're going to start first, and I know that you have seen this as it was provided in your packet. This is our comparison, as you can see, between the fall 2016 scores and the spring 2017 scores. A green square means we met that goal that was set before. So for English language arts, it's 50%, which means 50% of the students are more met or exceeded the standard. So you can see that some progress was made in English language arts. When you look at our middle school, we can see that they have made, boy, some pretty good progress. I see a lot of green on that side of the table. The 6th, 7th, and 8th grade teachers spent 3 professional development days before school started working with staff from Ed Services on that benchmark. So they started earlier than even the other grades that have been then working on developing the benchmark and reviving it throughout the year. So we're thinking that they had the whole year to look at it and think about it and prepare their instructions. So we're very proud of that. And as you can see, AAA students are doing as we will expect after the scores that we've seen from them before. So we're glad to see that that is continuing. Any questions about this one before we go on to math?
Oh.
All right, in math, we see more green. And as you remember, at the beginning of this year, we determined that, and even last year when I was talking to you about the LCAP, which is the next presentation, we could see that according to our data that we had at the time, we needed to make math a focus. So we have done that this year. The biggest thing that we have done that is different than anything we have in the past is the district-wide PLC, the collaboration time that was negotiated with the teachers union, and we were able to get that started in January. And the focus has been math. So we have lead teachers that have learned and gone in and learned very well the item specifications and how the questions are going to be asked. And they are leading the teachers through the process then of looking at what is in our textbook that we're using for instruction and saying, boy, it's not matching the level of rigor or the way that it's being asked. So we're going to design some questions. We can still use these lessons, but let's use questions that match how it's going to be asked. And we believe that that has made quite a difference here.
Please challenge on the ones that are not quite hitting the mark.
What is
And what are we doing to support those sites and those teachers specifically that are still struggling?
Well, I believe that when you saw what the principals have been working on, that those specific steps, and it's going to look different at every site, right? And I mean, because it can be so complicated because, like, I'm looking at one particular score up there, and I'm not going to call it out, but I happen to know that the teacher in that class was an intern this year. And so those kinds of things have to feed into every situation as they look at it. And so that's why Dr. Andrew asked the principals, what specifically are you doing to address these scores that we have right here, right now?
I think one of the reasons why there's so much more green on the math than the language arts, also our teachers have an adopted curriculum for math. They adopted a curriculum, they have something to plan around, coalesce around, match up, and then of course the professional development in the district. So I think it shows us that when we have an adopted curriculum that everybody has, they can, the teachers are going to supplement as well, but when there's the core there, the teachers are given time to come around it, plan on it, and learn about it, and then match it up to how students are being asked to show what they know, you get results. We don't have that in English language arts. We don't have a core curriculum. We'll be adopting that this year. We piloted it. We are piloting it, and we'll be selecting something in mid-April. That's going to be a major purchase for us, but at least all of our teachers will have something to plan around, have as a core, and then we match the professional development. I think these scores reflect the direction that we're going in, and that we know, and we already have evidence of that. That's going to get us somewhere. So.
Yes, they have a common starting point here for their conversation, where they're all being able to look at the same text. And as it stands now with English language arts, we have our, old reading program from 2001, but people are working so hard to supplement from all over different, there's no common ground to start and then develop. And with the new English language arts and English language development adoption, because they go together hand in hand now, we hope that we'll start to see. And we're going to continue with a focus on math next year during our district-wide PLC times. But with the addition of instructional coaches and some other things that Dr. Andrew has in her vision, the focus will then be reading and language arts, so we will be able to hit both major subject areas.
Can you go back 2 slides?
I can.
Please, 2 slides. Yeah, when you were describing the claims, which is an odd word to me, but
I know, it is to me too, and I've read all about it.
but you said the most weight is on this claim 1, which you said is reading and writing.
Just reading.
Just reading. Okay, so and you said that was the easiest. But what I'm concerned about is when I look at these ELA scores, and especially in the 3rd, 4th, well, I'm going to focus on 3rd grade. Right now, these kids, I mean, what I'm looking at is they have no foundation. Yet it should be the easiest thing, no matter what the curriculum is. Am I missing something here? I mean, again, I'm not an educator, I understand, but I'm just going, wow. I mean, what's in store for these kids in the 4th, 5th, so that they get all this, the color in the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
Right. And we're not talking about it this evening, but we do have benchmarks in kindergarten, 1st, and 2nd grade also, of course. But what we're finding is that they are, in math, they're using the test from the textbook, because nothing like this, of course, exists for 2nd grade. And we have what we call Blueberry Pie all over the map, because obviously they're teaching well what is in the textbook, because remember, blue is the highest color that you can get. When you look at our 2nd grade benchmark scores, you see Blueberry Pie. but it's not preparing them for the rigor.
Blue. Blue.
Blue is the
Good.
highlight.
Got it.
Yeah. So, yeah, we don't want to see cherry pie either. But, so we know, and that's acknowledged, and the second grade team, in fact, is working on that during their district PLC time, that by doing that, and by only sticking to the textbook, for example, in math, we're not preparing students for the rigor of what they need for third grade. So we are looking at that, and we're rethinking that, and they're redesigning. Right now, what the second grade team is doing is looking at this third grade math, the STEMs, and they're saying, what do we need to do to better prepare students to be able to get to that by the end of third grade? And then that goes back to first grade and then back to kindergarten. So everyone's working on it because they can see, when they look at our scores from kindergarten, first and second grade, well, you think we were doing fine. And then we hit here. So we realize that it has to backwards design.
Okay, so, this is not really received maybe, but going back to the next slide, ELA. Is our testing fault, or do our kids not know how to read?
According to this, our third graders don't know how to read.
Okay, now, I visited 2 schools, and it looked like, at least the classrooms I visited at Sunday School in Sierra Vista, those kids didn't have to read. So that's what I'm saying, is, I mean, this looks bad, but is it only because
We're not properly testing. Well,
yeah.
this what they, so third grade is the first year they have to take this type of test. So one of the things that may be telling them is that we need to, in kindergarten, first and second grade, better prepare our students. Maybe it's keyboarding skills. Maybe it's,
To show
you know,
what they know and the way that they're being
right.
assessed.
So yes, we are looking at all of those things to try to analyze, you know, what are the things, what are the factors that we think have played into it? Because we do know it's the first year that they take this type of test, and it's, you know, it's all online. It's all, you know, it's not sitting and reading with a book and a paper and pencil, and, you know, it's all done online. Reading stamina is huge. We find that, this is something that I hear teachers talk about all the time. They are realizing that we have to increase reading stamina, which means the students have to be able to read, sit and read for a good half hour, and then understand what they're reading, and then be able to go back and refer to that reading when there's, you know, so the test is long. The SBAC test takes about 8 hours to get per student, and that's for an average student that looks at an average student.
Consider reading off of a laptop.
Yeah.
It took me a while to learn to read off of a computer or e-reader.
I think we don't have enough materials for teachers to use in classrooms to help prepare the students for what they're expected to be able to do or how they're expected to be able to show it.
Maybe it's even changing so much.
But when you look at the third grade here, and you know that this was not our focus this year, in the time that we had available, and then you look at math, that was our focus. That does actually include a lot of reading on the test as well. People, that's a mistaken notion that, oh, math is just computation.
Yeah.
Do our third graders know how to read? Or Lisa, or?
It's how you measure it. Our third grade is how you're measuring, do they know how to read? We could give them a variety of different tests that would say most of the kids in this classroom are on grade level according to, you know, this sort of assessment. And then we can give them a test that mimics the state test, and then we get these results. Because making sure that kids can show that they know how to read as the state is going to test them. And that's what we've done with that. We have looked at the STEMs and how in the blueprint of the state test, and we are preparing kids to show what they know in that way. We need to go and do that in reading.
I would totally feel safe in saying students, third grade students do not know how to read to the level of what this test is asking. To say absolutely third graders do not know how to read, I don't think there's a true statement.
Well, that's what I want to hear you say, because I mean, again, I treat every one of our children in the Hollister School District as if they were my own, and I know that I
I
can.
want
sit
to know that they know how to read.
Yeah, and, I mean,
The biggest thing out here is just continuity, and I'm not blaming anybody, but it's hard for it just like it's so much change.
Not just the students.
Well, granted, they're the ones that kind of tip us on you see that.
It's a lot. I mean, yes, it's a lot. And of course, as Dr. Andrew was pointing out, we get new standards, they come down, start teaching, and we don't have materials for 4 years.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's just.
So we've highlighted materials for adopting materials, for purchasing everything that teachers will need in order to plan around and different assessments, prepare the students. We're in alignment, and the plan is to provide that and to provide them time to be able to look at those materials and in-depth training and coaching support around those materials so that we can have our students show what they know in the way that the state is going to ask it.
So, quick question on that, because we had a parent in public comments talk about math specifically and his concerns.
Right.
Now, if we do have students that are in AAA that are doing advanced math, what are they getting tested on?
The 8th grade test is Common Core math. The 8th grade SBAC test is Common Core math. There used to be with CST, there used to be an algebra test. It's Common Core, it's 8th grade Common Core math.
Because there is no more state test on algebra. There used to be, there is no more state test.
But algebra is now, it was before too, but there's a much stronger strand that starts in kindergarten and goes all the way through. And so, I mean, I apologize that I wasn't here last month and someone else had to give the report on me, but I watched it, so I think I know what was said. That it's, the thing is that with the Common Core math, what the state framework is, the math framework is telling us, is that Common Core math has all of those things in it. Common Core math is now what everyone is expected to master. And if you have a student that is able to master that and go beyond, great. We still want to have, that. But the state feels that Common Core math will cover everything that a student needs to know in order to get even to the most advanced math classes. So, and the algebra, what they say now is algebra is what we used to call, what the 9th grade used to call Algebra 1, is now been moved down to 8th grade. And it's truly for advanced students. And then geometry in 9th grade, and then on up to calculus.
I think the public comment prior had to do with the math pathway and also had to do with math, right, the math pathway at the high school. And if you remember, there are ways to jump the kid, to have the students. I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree. Yeah, give me another cup of coffee. To have the kid do jump, what do they call it? They call it like jump start geometry, or the word jump is in there. That the high school calls it. However, there are numerous ways that a student can enter into the high school and get to those advanced math classes coming to us with Common Core math. And actually, I'll be, at the end of future agenda items, having us proposing to have a joint board meeting with the high school to talk about this specifically. So the timing was perfect.
Well, and we did have these discussions with the high school last year. And the teachers from the high school said, please, please, please send us students that really understand algebra. That's what we need for them to have in order to really do well in Algebra 2 and pre-calc and all those other things.
So there are opportunities for our students to enter in 9th grade in Algebra 1, geometry, and Algebra 2.
Correct. And I think because we provided that data for you in the So you can see that we had students that came from Hollister School District that were in the.
That are entering in on those various levels.
Yes, and I think that's important for the community to hear, because, you know, I don't want there to be the false impression that our kids are not capable of reaching high school and being able to access those advanced classes once they get in, because we have prepared them very well here.
So I just want to say, the write-up that the principals and assistant principals did for us was tremendous. I know that's not an easy thing to do, and it really is appreciated. You know, I make a comment up here, I'm not an educator because I'm not. I'm not Lisa, I'm not Dennis. Yet we're asked to look at all this stuff and come up with an opinion and make board priorities on this. But so I guess my big request would be if the principals do that for us again, or the site administration, to think of writing it more in the context of a parent than an educator, so that someone like me, who did raise 3 kids in the public schools, somewhat involved, you know, in the community, that we can get some confidence going back to the ELA grades that, you know, that our kids can read. You know, I have a term for how the state has handed this to us. I'm going to say it now, gobbledygook. But I just want to know, my 3rd grader, can they read? Whatever I can
On
think
grade
of.
level material.
Right, you know, exactly, because, you know, I have to be honest with you, I'm not really comfortable here. Now, again, I've visited enough of our schools to say, okay, this isn't exactly reality. But then again, I don't want to take that chance by the time they get, you know, to the 6th grade that they're not able to do it. I mean,
So
it's scary
what
to
students
me.
are being asked to do now on the SBAC test is much different than the CST. It used to be you read something and then you answer some multiple choice questions. And you had, you know, 25% chance of getting it right if you guessed, right? Because they were all choice. Now, students have to read 2 or 3 articles, then answer 1 question, then justify their answer in the next question, and then highlight the sentences that justify their answer in the 3rd question. And if you don't get all 3 of those parts correct, you don't get any of the points.
I would give up that for a teacher telling me Jose is fine, Henry is fine.
Exactly.
Right? I mean,
Right.
seriously, I mean, how we would handle it in my household, right?
Right.
But, you know, I just don't know what to say right now, believe it or not. That's what I just thought.
Okay, well then let's move on.
Let's go on.
Because I have, another report to give, and that is.
Are we done with this one?
Yes.
That was the last slide, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I really like it. Let's move on.
Now, Ms. Martinez is going to talk about annual evaluation of the local control accountability plan. And it's known as the LCAP.
And I'm going to try really hard not to speak in acronyms. So please stop me if I do, because I've been talking about this for 4 years, so of course I know what I mean. So I tried to spell everything out, but please stop me if there's something that I not caught there. So the local control and accountability plan has several required pieces to it. This piece tonight is our annual evaluation of what we said in last year's plan that we were going to do this year. So I'm going to start by just a reminder of what the Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP, is. In 2013, when California adopted the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, one of the requirements became to create a Local Control and Accountability Plan. And basically what it is an improvement plan. And there are 8 state identified priorities, which I'm going to share on the next slide. So even though it's a local control plan, we were given parameters that had to be addressed. On top of that, most districts receive supplemental and concentration funds, which we call the SEC dollars, based on the percentage of what they call unduplicated pupils. And these are pupils that are either English learners foster youth, or students who live in poverty, well, what they would call low-income students, okay? Unduplicated means that they may fall into more than one category, but they're counted once. So close to 70% of our students fall into that category. So we get supplemental and concentration dollars. And the LCAP really needs to reflect how you are expending those dollars to meet the needs of your students, and specifically those students at the percentage that they are. So 70% of our students fall into this. We are talking about really improving our instructional program overall because it's the majority of our students. So when we're looking at the LCAP, you're going to see the expenditure. The county office is going to be looking, because they review our plans. They're going to be looking for every dollar that we receive as supplemental and concentration funds needs to be accounted for. And what you will see in our plan also is if there are other funds that are necessary to help us reach that goal, such as Title I, migrant, anything else like that, Title II or Title III, we put that in there well, general fund expenditures as well, if it helps support the action steps that we've identified. So it's a very unwieldy document. I think our current LCAP plan is 113 pages, and we're a relatively small district. And it was meant to be something that the community and parents could access to have a better idea of what you were doing. And I dare any community member to pick that up and try to figure it out, because it's very unwieldy. So they continue to change the template and the requirements. They changed it yet again this year. I'll be talking about that more with you at the next meeting in April. But today, I want to go over our annual evaluation of the action steps that we said we were going to do this year and whether we achieved them or not. Here are the 8 state required priority areas. As you can see, these are the ones that we were told by the state. You must address all of these in your LCAP. So it's not just student achievement. There are other factors that are in there as well. And a lot of these now, the 5x5 grid that we were just talking about in the previous presentation, there are those 5x5 grids are being produced now by the state to show you where you are in these. So we have to base what we're going to put in the LCAP next year somewhat on what that data tells us. Okay. So number 1 is basic necessities. That's basically what falls under Williams. So is it, do you have sufficient instructional materials? Do you have fully credentialed teachers in every classroom? And are your facilities in good repair? Those must be addressed in the LCAP. The implementation of Common Core standards, including for English learners, so your ELD standards. And now Common Core standards includes the next generation science standards. Parental involvement, student achievement on state assessments, your EL progress, and your reclassification rate. So are your English learners moving year by year through the levels on the English language proficiency test? And what's your percentage of students that are being reclassified to fluent English proficiency? We talked about this just a little bit at the February 4th one, so it may sound a little familiar. Student engagement, which to them means your attendance rates, your absenteeism rates, and your dropout rates. So we think student engagement is like how engaged are they in the lessons. That isn't what it means on the state priorities. School climate is specifically your suspension and expulsion rates. And there is now a 5x5 grid that shows us where we are on that. Other student outcomes in required subject areas. So these are other indicators we may look at to measure student performance, such as the benchmarks that we just looked at previously. And then access to courses is really more intended for high school, but we have to make sure that at our middle school, we are offering the courses that would be the precursors to the high school courses, and that we're preparing our students to be able to access the courses when they get to high school. So from these 8 state required priority areas, 3 years ago when we did the first LCAP, we developed 10 Hollister School District goals, which you see here, that we also tied to the 4 board goals. So even though there wasn't necessarily a place to put that, I included how it tied into the adopted board goals for every one of our 10 goals. So we addressed adequate facilities, credentialed teachers, sufficient instructional materials, Then we have a whole thing around professional development for Common Core and ELD, and now next generation science standards. Number 5 is that teachers and students have adequate access to technology. Number 6, all students will demonstrate growth towards meeting or exceeding standards in ELA/literacy, which is Common Core English Language Arts and Math. Number 7 is all about our response to intervention, so intervening with students that are struggling. Number 8 is parents as partners in education. Number 9 is positive school attendance plans, which is to increase attendance, reduce tardies, which from our data showed was a big problem, and reduce chronic absenteeism. And then number 10 of our current goals is equitable behavior expectations and positive consistent discipline. And you know we're moving towards capturing kids' hearts and some of the things to address that. So these are our current 10 goals, and under each of these goals there are action steps. Now, Dr. Andrew and I have been talking a lot about this, and for next, and you'll see this in April, we're going to use the 4 board goals as the goals. And the action steps that fall under these, as appropriate, are just going to be under the 4 board goals. Because there don't really need to be sub-goals of the goals. The goals are the goals. Right. So it's going to look a little different next year. Most of the things you'll still see there as appropriate if we just decided to continue with them, but it'll look a little different as to where they are. So as we're doing this, we look at a lot of data. These are your expected annual measurable outcomes, which for every goal that you have to say how you're going to measure how you're doing. And so there are a lot of things that we have to look at. This is just an example of the kinds of things that we have to review when we're determining if we've met the action step as we said we were going to, and then the next step will be, was it effective? Do we continue it or do we not for the following year? Or is it done? Was it something we were going to only do for 1 year?
What do you mean by purchase orders?
If I'm looking at instructional materials and I want to make sure that every school that math materials were purchased, or I had to prove that, I would pull out my purchase orders.
To comply with the Williams stuff.
Well, of course, our goal is that all students, I mean, they check the Williams schools, but.
Will that at some point incorporate Chromebooks as well? Or not yet?
Well, when we do inventory, we're inventorying how many Chromebooks do we have.
Right.
We said we were going to buy this many, we said we were going to do 1-to-1 at Calaveras and Olive Garden. Did we meet that goal? That's what we would check that.
But, talking about technology.
Instructional materials?
Instructional, it doesn't quite fall into that.
Sorry.
Okay, no, got it.
No, the Chromebook is a way to deliver the instruction, and the content, but it's not an instructional.
Not the content.
Yeah. Okay, so what I have included here, because we had several action steps under every goal, and some of them were things that didn't necessarily have a cost associated with them. For example, if we said that the EL coordinator was going to provide parent workshops, well, that her particular salary might not have been tied there, it might have been somewhere else, or it might not have been in there at all. So this does not reflect all of the action steps that we had, but these are the things that we achieved that we did spend dollars on. So this had to be accounted for because of the supplemental and concentration dollars. So goal 1 is around our facilities and actually safety as well. So you can see, of course, we all have been hearing about the Measure M and soon to be Measure B projects. And so we have said what we were going to do, which was start to modernize and improve our facilities by passing these bonds and getting going. And then since there's also a safety component in this particular goal, we also continue to our contribution for our two resource officers. So that was completed as we said we were going to do this year. Number 2 is around having fully credentialed teachers in every classroom. And our big ticket item in that goal is the induction program, it used to be called ITSA, that we provide for our teachers that have preliminary credentials and are working to clear their credentials. We had that 22 teachers, actually it's 23, that's a mistake, there are 23 teachers this year that participated in the ITSA program. Formerly BITSA, I have to get that out of vocabulary. Goal 3 is around the instructional materials, and yes, you know, if I had to, I could prove that math books and were purchased for everyone. And the sub-goal under that, or another action step, was we have continued to provide for 3 years the Scholastic magazine, Scholastic News, for all language arts classes, because Common Core says, starting at 3rd grade and it goes up from there, your reading now has to be at least 50% nonfiction. Our old Houghton Mifflin language program is mostly literature-based. So in order to provide more nonfiction text, without spending a lot of money on the books because we knew the adoption was coming, we purchased this magazine. The district purchased the magazine for all students for the last 2 years. We will not do it next year because now we will have the English language arts adoption. So professional development was around development for teachers, especially around Common Core, because that's what the state priority is. So this year, the teachers participated in professional development in the Next Generation Science Standards, Common Core Writing, Common Core Math, the Google Suite, which is all of the Google for Education that we're getting all teachers, or the goal is to have all teachers and other staff Google certified, as we call it. And of course, we've continued with the thinking maps and the path of proficiency for English learners. This is the end of our 5th year when we committed to that. We said we would have the trainers come for 5 years, and this is the end of the 5th year. So we have continued with that. Goal 5 was all around technology. And so what we have achieved this year is more wireless access points to improve the wireless coverage, because we found that we still had sections in some of the schools that was spotty. So Junior and his team have installed more access points. Headphones for testing, because now for the SBAC, the students have to listen to a particular part for the listening, and then they have to listen to something being read to them and then answer questions. So all students have headphones, so that's quite a bit of an expense. The LED screen TV, so what we're looking at here, there was a rollout plan for those, and we met the level of TV screens that were going to be launched this year. And then we do have a 1-to-1 ratio of computers to students at Calaveras, and almost at all of us, very close, a few computers short, but that was something that we had committed to. Number 6 is the growth towards meeting standards. And the things that are listed there are things that we have spent money on. The Inspect Item Bank for assessments. Inspect Item Bank is what teachers use to do other, like little interim assessments. They can pull from the item bank to do common formative assessments and more types of classroom assessments. The district-wide PLC days, as I mentioned before, we have a math focus. And so we put that in there because the lead teachers that through the process, there's a cost for that. Support personnel, such as positions that were added back the same year we wrote the first LCAP, and so this was considered that we were improving services for students. So that's things like the library media specialists, the instructional assistants, the EL coordinator, the committed to continuing with that, the parent involvement and student attendance coordinator. The instructional coaches that are at Calaveras and Hardin, the high priority schools. Individual tutoring for foster youth. So we offer an after school intervention program, and it can be individual tutoring or group. And we make sure that foster youth, anyone who qualifies, was offered the opportunity for individual tutoring. Because the individual tutors will meet them wherever and whenever it's convenient. The students don't have to just stay after school. It might be at the local library. It could be so just to make sure that it was easy and convenient for those students to access that. Project-based learning at AAA. We also have part of the goal, one of the action steps is that we will also address our high achieving students and making sure that we are enriching their curriculum and offering them a challenge to be able to soar. Goal 7 is a response to intervention. As I said earlier, this is around our interventions that we offer for our students who need extra support. So we have spent some money on the diagnostic assessments, such as EBCDM, which is what they use at kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade, to test the foundational skills that And in fact, we did look at some data from that test at the February 4th data session as well. Intervention teachers at the elementary sites and the PE teachers at the elementary site. The PE teachers are listed because they offer the teachers the opportunity for more collaboration time. As they take the students out, the teachers can meet together for more collaboration time. The PLC leadership training and coaching for principals. The next step in the development of our PLCs was this leadership training that took place in the summer, and then a coaching component where each of the principals is receiving 10 hours of coaching with a coach from Solution Tree, which is the big name in professional learning communities. The site support teachers at Calaveras and Earl Hardin. You heard Christine talking about that earlier. And then our academic counselors at the 2 middle schools. So 2 full-time counselors. For a few years there, we didn't have that. Goal 8 is parent involvement. So we've had the parent involvement coordinator, it's a half-time position with student attendance. The Los Dichos program, which you've heard several things about in the past, which is a program that trains parents to reach the students in the classroom. At Calaveras, Arlo Hardin, and Sunny Slope. And then some parents from Gatlin Hills and HDLA heard about it from other parents and came to Elvia Teixeira, our coordinator, and said, hey, can we start that up at our sites? So there's 1 class at Gatlin Hills, and I believe Monique told me 4 classes at HDLA that voluntarily they've taken on. Training for parents on Common Core Math. This was a request with the stakeholder group last year. The parents said, boy, this Common Core Math stuff is hard, and we're having a hard time helping our students at home. I remember my parents saying that about, they called it new math when I was, I don't know what it was, but I remember my parents saying the same thing. So we had a trainer come from the Silicon Valley Math Initiative and offer 2 90-minute trainings for parents on Common Core Math. It was highly rated and successful. And then, of course, we do an annual review of site parent involvement policies, and then we have been basing our judgment of those on the California Department of Education Family Engagement Framework. Next year, I think we'll be moving towards a parent survey that will be done by the California Healthy Kids Survey, and I'll talk more about that next month. So goal 9 is around positive school attendance. So we have the other half of the parent involvement coordinator is student attendance coordinator. And so she does the student attendance review, team conferences, home visits, contracts, attends all the SAR, the school accountability. I'm blanking on SAR, what does it say on board?
School attendance review board.
Review board, thank you. So that she's totally, that half of that position is totally focused on attendance. And then we continue our contract with School Innovations and Achievement, who track our attendance and our truancies and our tardies and send letters according to the legal requirements for that around your student has missed this many days or has this many tardies. You can be, this is your first letter to get things in order, and there's a whole process that needs to be followed there. And then goal 10 is consistent positive discipline. So we have the vice principals, and the focus is to implement positive discipline approaches. We're moving more towards that. This is the whole training with the Capturing Kids' Hearts. We want to shift the culture of the way we're doing discipline to a more positive approach. We want to make sure that everyone has been trained and the discipline is being recorded properly in Infinite Campus. That's our goal, so that we can have good data, but there are also sort of legal ramifications around that. You have to be reporting your data properly through CalPADS. And then, of course, we want to focus on positive discipline strategies, move more towards that. And so we have the leadership blueprint, which several administrators and teachers took last summer, and then the Capturing Kids' Hearts. So we have a couple of things that we did not achieve, and there are reasons. So we have not completed, in our original LCAP, which this would be last year, we had said that by this year we would have completed a rollout of one-to-one devices district-wide. But in further conversation with Dr. Andrew and Junior, and we have decided that there need to be more professional development about how best to use the computers before we just had a computer in every student's hand, and then half the time they were sitting on the shelf because no one really knew what what to do with it. So we're moving towards having teachers and other staff trained in the use of the Google Suite. And as we do so, then we can roll out the more devices. So there was just a slowdown on that. It's still ultimately a goal, but just rethought how fast it needs to happen. And then under goal 6, the professional learning communities, we had set aside money for teachers to attend because we had district-wide PLC meetings called guiding coalition meetings in the past. And we had set aside money for that, but we decided not to do it this year because we decided to defer that time for the site principals who are now getting coaching to meet with their site PLC leadership to implement what they're learning through their coaching and not drag everyone over here for yet another meeting that we felt at the time might be better spent on site doing site-based particular things.
So these weren't just overlooked, they were planned to be delayed.
Correct. I believe that is my last slide. Any questions? Oh, I do have one more. Oh, one more. This is the advertisement for next month's meeting.
Okay.
So maybe we'll see if there are any questions first and then. Okay, so changes to the LCAP for next year and beyond. Yet again, there's a new template. Those of you that have been on board with me since the first year and know that this has been every year. It actually is quite understandable. It actually mimics the first years where now the 3 years are next to each other rather than pages and pages behind. So it's pretty self-explanatory. I'm not going to spend any time really going through it with you.
If I can just say, one of the things that our PR firm is working with us with is to make sure that the LCAP is understandable for our community. Awesome. So they'll take every goal and make a picture, like a graphic representation of it with numbers, and then it'll be translated to Spanish so that our community can compare.
I've seen that, and we had talked about it before,
Yes.
and that is definitely
So
something
that's a
that,
big plus.
And the new template actually also, a plan summary is required, so that if someone doesn't want to read through the 113 pages, they can get the gist of what are the big things that we're doing by reading the plan summary, which I haven't written yet. We'll get there. One of the changes is now, if you will recall in the past, it was always a 3-year plan, but it was a rolling 3rd year.
right,
When we got through, like we would get through this year, then we had to automatically add something to the 3rd year, and it didn't necessarily flow from the beginning to the end. So they have created it now to be truly a 3-year plan. What you adopt this year will be for this year, next year, and the following year. And you will do a revision and an evaluation every year and maybe tweak some things for the following year. But the next big consideration and rewrite will be in the year 2019-20. Makes much more sense, much more sense. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to consolidate it down to the 4 board adopted goals. So we will retain the pertinent action steps from the current LCAP and add new, based somewhat on the reorganization and reallocation of resources plan, some on what our data tells us from the 5x5 grids, and we will then move forward with that. At the April board meeting, you will be hearing the highlights of the new changes. And then just as a reminder, then in May, we do the public hearing, and then the final adoption is at the June board.
Well, I guess my comments are, goals are measurable, and what you've shown us here is you have certain goals, but we have certain goals, and these are the things that got done towards them. But I don't want to take too much comfort in this, because it's like LCAP and what you just showed us. Yep, these are all the things we did, and the state's going to be happy that we did it. But, so the public knows, for everything that we look up here, or every board agenda item, we have a screen in front of us, and it basically tells us what the agenda item is, and it tells us what the related goal, how it relates to one of our related goals. And usually the first one, like this one says, all Hollister School District students will be high achievers. So that's what the goal is. And what you showed us there are the things that you're doing towards the goal. Yes, the fact that you got those things done, I guess you could say, yep, we all feel good, but didn't help achieve the goal, right? right? And so what we know from looking at the ELA benchmarks, all of those things didn't make a difference. And that's what my main concern is about. And, you know, another goal that I'm looking at is all schools will provide safe and positive environments. Well, that's where the facilities comes in. And so that was a strategy to meet the goal of schools being safe and positive environments, of course, is the change the price thing. But again, I just don't want us to get comfort that, yep, because that looks great, right? I mean, you just give us a great report, but we know from the other test things that we still have some work to do. Yeah,
And that will be part, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that will be part of, so now the analysis, these are things we have to say, did we accomplish what we said or didn't? But then the analysis of how that came out becomes rolled into what I'm going to present at the April board meeting, which is around what are we changing in our LCAP for the next 3 years, because we can see, and basically what you're going to see is those 5x5 grids that have everybody ooh right now because it's not still sure that we understand them and they continue to change, although I think they're set now. That is the data we have to actually base our next goals on. So it's basically looking at, you know, what are your results?
Yeah, what
But
are you
it'll be based on past expects,
Not our benchmark.
not the benchmarks, but we know, and we, of course, will be looking, right now, what we're gonna write in the LCAP, we have to base on last year's CAP scores. Right? Because we won't have the new scores until July or August. And then if we saw something, there's nothing that says that you can't come back and adjust your LCAP. If the board were to see something that they said, wow, we really think there needs to be an adjustment, there's a process for doing that, and it can certainly be done. But we have to base it on the best data that we have available, which is last year's SBAC scores, so we know what those look like. So yes, we're going to be putting in a lot of things, which of course is what Dr. Andrews has based her vision on, because our students, we know our students can be better than this. So what do we need to do differently based on research to address this? So those are going to be a lot of things you're going to see in the LCAP for the next.
One of our board retreats that we had when we first, when I first joined the board, the consultant was doing a retreat. She said, you're building an aircraft while you're flying it. And so that's exactly what we're evolving this concept and reporting it out and seeing if it works. And, you know, we haven't crashed in the ground yet.
Not yet.
But we're not up to 30,000 feet yet.
Depends on the day you ask it.
Yeah, and I think overall what I'm getting from what I'm hearing about Rob is, which I can totally understand, is it's a living document, but to what end is kind of the question. Like, where's the results that prove, you know, we don't just change for change's sake, we change for success, we change because we want to see our kids succeed. So at that point, we have to measure according to our expectation of success, and not just change, not just keep amending for the sake of we're doing something, but we're actually trying to prove that our kids are successful, their kids are ready. You know? Kind of like the parents spoke about their child, they're just focused on what it takes for their child to actually go on to high school and not have to repeat things because they already understand to succeed on that next challenge.
And I think with that, you know, and too, I think that's what Lisa has pretty much brought to the table is evaluating what we're doing and bringing some consistency across the district that we didn't have before. And so making sure that we're not, you know, throwing money at stuff to see what sticks. And so I think that's what's important is having someone in that leadership role that has a true vision and being consistent based off her research, her evaluation of what we're doing and what other districts have done to be successful in this day and age, right now and in the future. And I think that's what you know, for me personally, we've got a really great opportunity right now to really make an impact for our kids and their future. And how we start introducing things with that mindset.
Unless anybody thinking about WNR, I had the pleasure of recently visiting 4 classrooms, and the one thing that I'm really sure of is we do have behavior under control, at least the 4 classrooms I was under in classroom management. Again, I've said up here before, I've been in a lot of classrooms because of who I'm married to, my family and stuff, and I think it could not have gotten any better than that at the schools that I visited. And so the foundation is there. Without good behavior, you're not going to have learning. So I know we have that here, right? And looking at the math scores, I feel like, oh, we got that foundation there. I would just love to see it migrate to other, areas. And I will say, I own it. I'm on the school board, so that's why I'm worried about it.
And I hope the board never becomes complacent,
Yeah.
right? That's what
I
you're
think we've
saying.
got a team here that is focused.
There's always somewhere to move towards.
I do appreciate the continuity that I've seen in district-wide, it just, to me, it seems like it's a little more measurable, it's easier to grasp. Yeah, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Okay, we're going to proceed on to some rapid business. The consent items, there it is. These items, this next section is, these items are considered routine and may be enacted by the board in one motion. There's no discussion on these actions unless they're prior removed from the consent list. So we have items 11A through 11M on the consent agenda. Are there any issues there?
I'll make the motion that we approve.
Okay, do I have a second? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you. And on to items on the consent agenda that have to do with the general obligation bond. They are 12A through 12D. These are items that have to do with Measure M activities. And I have a motion to approve Measure on items 12A through D. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Now on to 13A, which is approval of a memorandum of understanding between the Hollister School District and the San Benito County Office of Education regarding the educational experience for an expelled student. Do I have a motion to approve A, Plan A?
I thought I heard 12A to 12B, which means we have 12B to.
I'm sorry?
To 12H. Is that, or am I mistaken? Oh, it was a different one. Yeah.
It was
12 is A through B.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we approve MOU option A.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Then we need to discuss option B. Pass it. One. Okay. So where is B? Approval of resolution 33:1617, matter resolution of creating a Fund 213, Measure B Building Fund and Debt Service Fund.
Gosh,
That sounds like something that belongs to Ms. Melasson again.
It does,
You
I
want to fund
apologize.
and you want debt.
Yes, we need to fund our debt somehow.
We need to fund our debt.
Okay, so 2 weeks ago, we sold a lot of bonds. $14.5 million, which was the Series B of our 2014 election, so our Measure M. We sold the rest of those bonds. $12 million from Measure B, so it was the 2016 election, and $2.2 million of bonds to refund a 2006 bond. So that refunding or refinancing, we were able to kind of piggyback on the other two, the Measure B and Measure M issuance, to get a taxpayer savings of about $61,000 by doing that refunding. So what is required by state law and also just by good accounting practice is that we set up one fund that is Fund 213, that would be our Measure B building fund, and that's how we'll account for all the money, both revenues and all the expenditures as we move forward with all the building projects. Now, the debt service fund is a fund that actually sits on the county's books, not on ours. So what the debt service fund does is, as we get money in from property taxes to pay the bonds, that fund will account for those funds, for those property tax revenues, and out of that fund, it will pay the debt service, which is the interest and principal as they come due. So it's just part of state law and good accounting practice. We have to open these funds to make sure that we account for these money properly and that everything remains in compliance.
I can't see the resolution because I didn't see it before. Does anybody have a hard copy that I can just look at real quick? The file says it's not supported. How long is this? I mean, is it something you can read to us?
Yes, I can.
I might be able to pass, or can you pass?
He's got a hard copy.
How weird is that?
Yeah.
This file is not supported.
My apologies.
It's not your fault. That's your fault.
Yeah.
Do you want to read it?
I absolutely can.
Okay,
but-
can you read it, Bob? Thank you.
Please don't use any abbreviations.
There are lots of them.
Yeah.
I have it open, I can try to. Can you, I have it open.
So why don't you start reading it anyways?
Okay, so
There it is? Oh, no. All right, start reading.
okay. Whereas the Hollister School District or District Community approved a general obligation bond measure, Measure B, pursuant to California Education Code Section 15100. Whereas the proceeds of the sale of bonds, exclusive of any premium received, shall be deposited in the county treasury to the credit of the building fund of the district pursuant to California Education Code Section 15146. Whereas the debt service payments shall be made from a debt service fund of the district in the county treasury pursuant to California Education Code Section 15100. Now therefore, the Board of Trustees of the Hollister School District hereby finds, resolves, determines, adopts, authorizes, and directs as follows. 1, the district shall establish Measure B Building Fund number 213 for the purpose of receiving, holding, investing, and distributing funds for the construction projects. And 2, the district shall establish a debt service fund for receiving levied taxes with which bond payments will be made.
Anything.
Sounds like good accounting practices,
Absolutely,
checks and balances. I
absolutely.
think we want that.
I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution as read.
33, 16-17. All those, go ahead, second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Thank you, Kim.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is verbal summary of compensation package offered by the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Do you want to talk about that, or do you want me to read it?
Sure.
So AB 1437 became effective January 1st. And in that, it requires executive compensation to be orally summarized in open session before it is approved by the board. So our board president is going to read an oral summary of the compensation package. And then the next item will be discussion of that. Go ahead.
Okay, the following item on the agenda is a recommendation to approve the contract for the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Before we consider that item, we're required by law to provide an oral summary of compensation. This contract provides for an annual salary of $131,056, a master's stipend of $1,250, health benefits that are currently provided all administrative employees of the district, and professional dues not to exceed $1,200 a year, and a district cell phone. This lady is going to wear many hats.
Yes.
And
So now we'll move on to item 13B.
13B is the discussion of approval of the employment contract for the Assistant Superintendent of Education Services. And her name is Jennifer Wildman. Does she happen to be here tonight?
No. And that was at my request. It's a little difficult to listen to your contract being discussed when you're sitting there, so she will be here if she is. So I have a PowerPoint over there. So everyone can see it over there. So just as a reminder of why we are doing this. Last month, the district reorganization and reallocation of resources plan was shared with all. And we are doing the reorganization and reallocation so that we can, number one, improve student achievement. So all of the presentations that we've had and discussions that we have had earlier tonight point to that need as well. So where does this all fit in? Okay, so in the reorganization and reallocation plan, we're talking about streamlining the district office so that we have 3 branches. The educational services branch, get out of your way. The human resources branch, and then the business branch. So this is the beginning of that with constructing our educational services branch. So you all have a packet of the draft organizational chart. It's a draft because there's many decisions that still need to be made in regard to that. But this is what we are speaking to. You see yourselves there, and then the superintendent. Yeah. Was it your chair?
Unless I'm sitting on it.
Okay, you can pass him on. You don't have theirs? No, they should be in the packet. I know it was in your seat. It was in your seat on top of all the other stuff.
No, feel paper.
They don't fill paper. Okay. Sure. You can have my whole packet then. So what we are talking about in this plan is the elimination of the general assistant superintendent upon Dennis's retirement, and then the creation of the ed services branch, which you see this contract before you is that very first box on the bottom. That replaces the current director of ed services, and we're constructing the assistant superintendent of educational services. So what would that branch look like? These are all the things that the person that Ms. Wildman will be responsible for as the assistant superintendent, including migrant, the homeschool teacher, our teacher on special assignment, which is, she does a lot with our after-school programs and data. Should be responsible for the principal on special assignment, which will do VITSA grants and our early childhood ed. Our music teachers, our EL coordinator, and our director of special education and our director of technology, with all of their branches sitting at the desk. So all of these will be under her purview and her responsibility. So any discussion about the contract?
Okay, now we're going to ask you to approve contract for the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services.
So.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you. We look forward to meeting you. Okay, let's see, our next item on the agenda will be the
Discussion of the special education task force.
Yes.
E.
Discussion of special education task force implementation plan. And we have a guest also. And Mr. Lutz is going to start us off.
I prefer to hold the mic rather than
Bend over.
bend over and have to have our, who's the guy that comes around, Doug, come and tell me now I need to have a mic inside or something.
Like a rock star.
Yes. I live the life of a rock and roll star. So I am happy to report some things that we've done over the last month. We've really put in a great deal of work on looking at our special education task force and adding to our special education task force some much needed voices, and they've been great so far. I'll introduce them in here in just a second, but we've since our last board meeting, we have been able to have the presence of Dr. William Gillespie, who's sitting over here to my left, who is much better dressed than I am tonight. He scolded me for not wearing a tie, and my Target jeans. He said that JCPenney jeans would have been much more appropriate. So Dr. Bill, as I've come to know him, and he prefers me to call him William, but I just call him Bill, is here tonight to talk to us about the FCMAT study that was done in 2014 and about the process during that time. And then wanted to show you guys what's up on the screen right now, what we've done with the FCMAT study from 2014 and what we're doing moving forward as a special education department. What you see here on the screen is the start of our first draft 3-year action plan. And in this action plan, it's an action plan in response to the FCMAT study. And we've created 8 goals and several tasks under each goal. And you guys should have a copy of that in front of you, and it says draft in red letters. Of the 8 goals, we've made 2 very big priorities. And let me get into the first goal first. Bill was telling me he would like to speak and have me get off the mic for a second. So I would like to give Dr. Bill a chance to talk about the first part, and then we can go into the action plan here in just a second.
Thank you, Rick. There's members of the board, good evening, and superintendent. It's a pleasure to be here and the community. Rick was so gracious. He knows I'm very short, so he did the microphone thing on purpose. Because I had to pull a chair over, get up on it. Very nice. And Juliana, we're gonna go through this, but also as we joke. I've had the pleasure of working in FCMAT for a long time, 14 years, and I finished my career with it in July of 2016 as the Deputy Administrative Officer. A renowned organization, one of the most prominent organizations in the state of California. The only one that has the capacity to go into a school district in California and determine if they're fiscally insolvent. The organization reports to the legislature and the governor. It goes into school districts all over California. We had the pleasure of coming into Hollister a few years ago. And as we follow up-on studies and develop action plans like this, I'd like to really have the community honestly know, because we're independent and external. We're not owned by the board, the superintendent. We bring experts in from the field that are the leading experts in the state of California, and they base the report on the data that we have from the district. We base the report on the education code requirements and industry best standards. So the report really stands alone with the credibility of over 1,000 reports like this we've done throughout California. And with that, I'd just like to mention that, and working with directors of special education throughout California, you were so fortunate to have the one that you have. I've never seen the implementation as quick and as efficient and as sound as what Rick has done in this quick year. This report was done over 2.5 years ago. The superintendent previously knew that special education delivery system was in crisis. He understood that there was a problem. And he contacted the organization and personally contacted me and said, Dr. Glaspie, we need some help. It's like a lot of school districts in California, no different. But he said, I understand we've got a problem. And on top of that, we're headed for deficit spending. The district is moving toward a fiscal concern. Now you are positive certified, that's good, but it's going to take a lot of work to keep yourself there. So your superintendent inherited, when she came on board, this report. She did not initiate it. The CBO did not initiate it. Rick did not initiate it. This is done prior. So they now, under the obligation of integrity and the best use of taxpayers' money, you pay for a report and nothing was ever done with it. It was absolutely set on a shelf. Because this kind of work is very, very difficult. It's not necessarily real popular because it's really about moving an organization and a delivery system that is pretty broken. Developing the systems, policies, and procedures, and being fiscally efficient and maintaining legal compliance and services to all kids. That is a lot of work. And most districts, honestly, it's not unusual to go into a district a year or two later and find they did nothing. So this is not the first time I've ever seen this. But you have a new administration with a new embracement on doing the right thing and looking at and doing the hard work. And so I really like to compliment the board in the support that you've given this new administration. And unfortunately, these challenges they have before them, because no superintendent, I was the superintendent for 12 years, wants to come in and say, oh, we've got to cut this, we've got to eliminate this, we've got to do that. No one wants to do that. We go into education to expand programs and do things for kids and not to take away any kind of services that are good for kids. You have a lot of hardworking folks here. You heard from your classified folks. The potential reductions is not because anybody hasn't been doing a great job. They're heartfelt. People who work with special education, their heart is on their sleeve. They care about the kids, they do a great job. But at the same time, the school board has an obligation to be fiscally prudent, fiscally competent. And so when we look at staffing ratios, for instance, they have to be in compliance with the industry standards, or unless you're overspending and going to the general fund for contribution at a higher rate. When what we found here, the statewide average is about 40% of the budget is out of the general fund. You're headed toward about 60% and moving up. So what we've done in this report, we've asked to consider these kind of issues, maintaining services to kids and being creative in how you're doing it. What Rick has done under his leadership from the support of the superintendent, has moved quickly. This should have been done, nearly, you'd be going into this third year, this next year, this would be done. This report would be done going into this next year. You find yourself just starting it. So it's really one of those things that it's very challenging for the administration. But very clearly, the goals are being established, who's going to be doing what, when you're expecting to be done. It's a great report card to the board, to the community, and to the parents. And I was so impressed, not only with the parent meeting, but a couple weeks ago, parents came heartfelt with their concerns and their issues about their kids. They want to make sure that their children are getting the service they need. And it was very impressive with the parents that came. The task force that has been developed and added, very, very impressive. A cross-section of stakeholders really involved with kids' education. So a compliment to Hollister, really on the right track, going in the right direction, doing the right thing for kids. And sometimes that's not always easy. Sometimes that's a little hard work, and sometimes you have to make decisions that doesn't always make everyone happy. But you have to make the decisions in the best interest of the entire district. And your superintendent and your administration is doing that. So I'm going to turn this back to Rick, who's really done a remarkable job leading the task force. Honestly, I have no dog in this fight, but to bring the credibility of the agency that I work for is that you're so far ahead of most school districts when they get a report like this. This is excellent work. I've never seen a director take it on and move it as quick and as efficient as your director. He has great potential to be really one of the 2 or 3 years from now, hang on to him, because directors of special education are in big demand. It's probably some of the hardest work in California. You have some of the most challenging issues in front of you, less resources, and high expectations. Rick is from Hollister. He's one of the folks here. He loves his school. He loves this job, and he loves this district. I'm very fortunate to have him. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to him. And I know that this is, as you all know, I'm one, we all have these personality traits. You have a CBO that went through the FICMAT training program, kind of an absolutely brilliant, dynamic young CBO that's on board with you folks, and do a great job over the years. And one of the things we do in a program that it's a very premier program, it's very difficult to get into it, and it's very rigorous to complete it. They did that. And one of the things we do in that report, we do personality inventories and see what are our strengths and how we work with others. Well, one of mine is a lot of empathy for people and a lot of feeling what goes on. So a lot of the issues, I feel a lot of the issues that are going on here in the district. And particularly on a personal level, this is a hard time for Rick being here tonight, and a compliment to him for being here. And I just want you to know it's heartfelt that he rolled his sleeves up for the kids of this district to be here tonight. So, thank you, Rick.
Thank you. Anyone have questions for Dr. Ford?
Yeah.
We have a comment. Can you stick around?
Oh, I'm here. And as Rick goes through it,
Okay, so
if he can't fake it and I need to answer some questions for him, I'm glad to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, the chief business official. That's what he is over there. He's the business guy. What's the CEO?
Three over there also very much criticized my inappropriate dress code. I would like to recognize those people here that have been a part of the task force and introduce the new members that we've added since our last meeting. We have two very passionate members of our parents and grandparents of students that are within the district. Susan Postigo is part of our task force. Thank you for joining the group and your input. Anita Davis is part of our task force. And thank you, Anita, for being a voice for the kids. I've also asked Polina Scargill, who's not only a parent, but part of the FICMAT study, and one of our tasks in our action plan is our our activities for transition from early childhood education, special education into our elementary special education programs. And Kalina is one of our teachers at the ECE Center for the county. So not only is she a parent of a student within our programs, but she's helping us build that action plan goal of that transition. Dr. Michaela Gomez in the back there, our coordinator of special education. Couldn't have done this without her support. Right in front of her is Chet Raskin, and he has joined our special education team as of March 20th. And so far, his input has been invaluable, and thank you for being here. Josefina Silva is sitting over here, and she's been a part of the task force, and her knowledge and the history of the district has been invaluable as well. Betsy LeMay has been to the task force meetings, and I've asked, you weren't able to attend the last meeting, and I'll discuss it in a second, but we broke off into two groups that have a priority of our goals, and I think your input on the group that we've assigned you to that you may not know you're assigned to is going to be very valuable. I'm not to put you on the spot or anything. So, am I missing anything? If I have missed anybody, Kip Ward back there is on the task force. Lisa Jelinek, who said, I don't want to hear Rick anymore, must have left, and she's on the task force. I can't think if there's anybody else out there that I'm missing. I apologize, but we have some special education teachers that are here tonight. A lot of people that want to know what our plans are. So what we did is we took the FICMAT recommendations, and there were 50 plus recommendations. And we prioritized into a series of 8 goals. And what you see here is the draft action plan that does have 8 goals and several tasks within those goals. Of those 8 goals, we heavily prioritized 2 of those goals. And I've highlighted those in yellow in the packet that I've given you. The first priority we have is our professional development for all staff, but that is a concentration on our staff that are within special education, classified, certificated, all staff that are going to be working with students. And Jesus, I don't know if we'll control, we'll scroll down. But you can see the area and the large tasks that so our task force of over 20 people has broken up into 2 groups, and the professional development group is being led by Dr. Michaela Gomez and Mike Cruz, our special education program specialist, along with Pat Moore, I believe, is part of that team to help build our capacity within our classrooms for moving our continuous need of improvement and increasing student achievement. Also aligning with California Ed Code and statewide benchmarks. Susan is a part of that group as well in making sure that parent is helping us build those programs. Our other area priority is Goal 5, which is creating what is the new RTI, Response to Intervention. It's MTSS. And there are very few tasks here now. That's why I'm saying it's a draft. This is a much larger task, much larger goal than 5 tasks. Multi-tiered systems of support is the new definition in the state of California. Another acronym that they knew. They actually called me from CDE and said, is Robert Bernowski on your board? We would like you to know that there is a new acronym for him. So MTSS, Multi-Tiered Systems of Support, is our new RTI. And we need to bring these ideas and tiers to our district and build those programs for everlasting support and making sure students get that first instruction first. Both of these goals were priorities in the CDE, the California Department of Education's Special Education Task Force. 2015, they created a task force to overlook all of special education in the state. Our professional development plan is built on a 3-year plan that emphasizes the goals of the CDE's for special education recommendations from their task force, along with MTSS is their #1 priority for improving instruction, not only for special education students, but instruction for all. So this 8-goal plan and is going to drive our not only special education, but student services. And that's one of the reasons why we're all excited that we're going to be blending in with educational services, because this is really going to help us partner up as a district that will really lead to kids getting what they need.
Awesome work.
I think the fact that we've taken the opportunity to look at special education, see it as a starting point versus all the negative stuff that perhaps we weren't quite meeting the mark, and looking at it as an opportunity to mold it and make it a premier program, what our kids deserve and our families deserve. And I think that is what you have enveloped, and that's, as Mr. Gillespie or Dr. Gillespie, mentioned, that it takes someone with that type of heart to know and dig deep and realize, okay, we've got to do better. And there's, especially for our population of students, that we definitely can't be missing the mark on. And I know looking at it was very difficult for a lot of families because of just the nature of the needs of our students. And so you don't want to take away, like you said, you don't want to feel like you're taking something away from them, but in return giving them something much more fulfilling and so much better in its place. And I want to thank everyone who's on the task force, because I know for a lot of you this is coming from your heart and this is hard. And but I think we've got the right people involved to make sure that we take all of those feelings and all of this together to make something amazing here.
The passion of the people that we have on the task force has been very easy to see. You walk in that room and you see a group of people that really want to help kids get what they need. And the passion it sometimes shows up in different ways. But like I told and said to many people, I'd rather see the passion come out in different ways than not see passion at all. And I've seen a passion for not just having their voice heard, but a passion for what can we do for kids. And it's made me proud to be a part of this district. Thank you.
Thank you. No, we have
Oh, yes, sorry. We do have a speaker card, Cheryl Rios.
Thank you, good evening. To piggyback on something that you just said, Liz, about wanting our special ed program to be a premier program. I offer to you that it already is, that we have parents who want to come into our district for special education services. And tonight, you guys approved the revision of a contract for a private non-public school to the tune of probably over $100,000 for 2 students. So that's a premier program, supposedly, because evidently we can, meet those particular students' needs. So we do want to be a premier program or maintain what we have, but special education premier programs are expensive. They are curriculum expensive, and they are people expensive, all for working for students' needs. And I wanted to let you know, I've been in the district for 23 years, and I've worked with our moderate to severe population. when I first came to the district, we had only 2 paras in our mod severe classes. But at the time, we didn't have curriculum standards for those students to meet. For 3 adults in the classroom, it wasn't much of a challenge to make sure that the kids had some basic needs met, that they were learning some functional skills such as toileting, feeding, playing on playground equipment. Since that time, we've had to base our IEPs on rigorous general education curriculum standards. That is when we have started having to add paras, materials, so that those students could be exposed to the rigorous content of general education. What we have found is that when you provide the appropriate supports, these students can succeed. In the years at Calaveras, the moderate to severe students, when they took the state standardized test that all other students have to take as a modified version, they actually met their benchmarks. Most of those students were proficient or advanced on the CAPA, which is the modified version of the CST test. They actually helped Calaveras' overall API and AYP scores. On February 16th, there was a special ed staff meeting where we were told about the task force plan. And in that meeting, the staff was told that special ed students are not held to the same high standard for improvement as general education students are. You could have heard the chin drop. Last week, the Supreme Court upheld, or actually overturned, a decision where they have ruled special education students must have an appropriately rigorous and challenging curriculum. Otherwise, they say, why send them to school? Our parents provide the needed support those students need to be able to socially interact with general education peers, participate in mainstreaming, as well as develop their academic goals. So I ask you to please let us maintain our premier program. Thank you.
No, no more.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is approval of the resolution pertaining to our classified employee. So you've heard of the plan. The plan has been brought up based on the FICMAT report and how it's also related to the district reorganization reallocation. Wanted now to show how the structure is being built to support that plan. This is a draft of what the special education and student services department will look like, with Rick leading it and still maintaining the health services, the clerical, the support services, and the things that have been already eliminated at the last board meeting are included there, as well as the new positions we are adding. Because in this plan was a reorganization and reallocation. And so there are some funding that we're moving from one to another based on need. And in that plan, we are adding mental health, a mental health coordinator, and mental health interns to take care of the needs that our students have around behavior and around mental health. Also adding 2 more program specialists, which will be supports to teachers. So helping teachers to implement the new plan, implement new curriculum, implement new strategies. So we'll be adding those 2. Yeah, And then, of course, we had, and you're more than welcome to go to the sure. And we've also added the new principal of regional programs so that there is one administrator for 12 special day classes to assist in the administrative duties, the bureaucratic duties, as well as supporting teachers in implementing what needs to happen. So you saw this was the reorganization and reallocation. You saw on the org chart there the mental health services and interns and the principal of regional programs. So now the resolution before you speaks to the reallocation concerning paraprofessionals and others in special education. You have a sheet there, you can recognize it by the green bar. You have this as a printout. So what are we asking for and why are asking for it in the classified recommendation? And so and this is what's proposed for next year. So in our special day classes, you've heard Dr. Gillespie speak to not only the FICMAT report, but making sure that we are allocating our staffing resources are in alignment with others in the state, with what is fiscally responsible. Other districts, other schools, other places are using these ratios successfully. And Ed Code, thank you. So that proposal in our mild to moderate classrooms, you see there the 12 to 15 students with one teacher and one para. The moderate to severe and our emotionally disturbed classrooms, 8 to 10 students, one teacher and 2 paraprofessionals. And what our current average is 9 students and 1 teacher to 3 paraprofessionals. This does not include, if it's specified in the IEP, that a student needs an additional assistant or a one-on-one. It does not include that. That states, if that's included in the IEP, that the student needs the one-on-one, then that's what they get. Okay? So that stays, we can't cut those at Ed Code. So what does that mean? So at the last board meeting, we talked about these different para levels. And there's para level 1, 2, and 3. And so this sheet shows you what the different levels of training are involved for a para 1, 2, and 3. And you see a paraprofessional 1 was meant to be an entry-level position with folks taking courses within 6 months. Now, when this system was first put in, prior to me, so please, if someone knows differently, tell me, there were a bunch of people who were para 1s that were grandfathered in and there was not an expectation of training. Okay. So we have this cadre of para 1 folks, some who were grandfathered in and some who weren't, and there's 37 of those. And they're just entry level. Where when we go to para 2, this is the training that they have. So you see at a para level 2, all the additional training that this person has. And some of it they can take anytime online. It's not dependent upon us operating a class or them, maybe their schedules, for whatever reason they need to do family things or whatever calls to them. So there's online training that's available. And then there's health training that's available for them to take. And then there's the behavior training to help them become more capable of taking care of the students that we have and knowing the strategies and skills. And then we move to para 3, there's even more intensive training around behavior. How did I do, Rick? Okay, so the program that we're moving to is to have the highly trained para 2s and 3s. Yes, there will be fewer of them, but there will be fewer that are more trained. And then moving to instructional assistants for our resource specialist program to work with students in the classroom the same way that they are now. But they will not be considered a parent educator, they'll be considered an instructional assistant.
So good evening, Board of Trustees and fellow colleagues and community members. My name is Erica Sanchez. I'm the HR Director. I'm here to kind of wrap up and finalize our discussion here on the Special Education Task Force. We've listened to a comprehensive report of how we got to this point. The resolution before you tonight is Resolution 3216 through 17. The total reduction that is being presented tonight is 30.875 full-time employees. So what that means is when a full-time employee is calculated, it's based on an 8-hour type of calculation. So we've heard that there would be an impact on the occupational therapist earlier. So that would be a half-time reduction of a full-time employee. That's what that means on resolution. For the paraprofessional ones, there's a reduction of 27.75 full-time employees. It is more or less equivalent to 37 positions, but because they're not all full-time, it is 27.75 full-time employees. Also at the para level 2 level, there's a reduction of 2.625 full-time employees. That's more or less around 4 employees at their part-time level. So that brings us to a total of 30.875. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer any.
So based off of what you're sharing, how many total?
The total amount of people right now is a bit difficult to determine and pinpoint an exact amount. The reason being that in the classified ranks, if an employee had a previously held position, for example, if there was a paraprofessional that may have been either an instructional assistant before or a food service worker, what will happen is that based on seniority, it's not based on the actual person, it's based on seniority. That person may have rights to displace somebody else. So in effect, it'll be a trickle effect, a domino effect. What will happen is with the approval of any type of reduction resolution in the classified world, HR meets with the employees, we provide the options, we discuss which employees are able to bump with the actual employee individually so that we can provide them with the most, the greatest amount of information so that they can move forward with their own careers or their own life choices that they need to make.
So, let me get this off my chest. Everybody here at this table, some people at this table and some people in the audience know the way I am. And if I had known about this a year ago with Lisa's predecessor, I don't think that I'd be able to keep my mouth shut then. I don't keep my mouth shut. And I did not tell you how angry I am that we're having to deal with this now. I know this is incredibly tough for everyone, but just like in regular school programs, we're being handed down a bunch of stuff from Sacramento all the time, if not Washington. Apparently, I mean, just the fact that I have to know what MTSS is, you know, shows even the special ed programs are being impacted. And that's just the nature of our beast, where things are just constantly, you know, changing. Added on to that, we knew we had problems. Certain people knew we had problems. They just were afraid to bring it up. And, you know, I'm not afraid to tackle this. I know it's tough. I know there's going to be changes. But as I said in the last board meeting, I think, I'm not an educator, but I trust our superintendent. I trust Rick. I trust all of you. I trust the other educators. I trust Dr. Gillespie that we've gone through a process here. And it's unfortunate, but I don't see how we can't do this. And with that said, it kills me, but, I'm gonna make a motion that we approve, 32 to 16, 17.
You made a motion? Is there a second? I'll second it. Comments?
So to be clear, what Dr. Gillespie had mentioned, the reality is the safe plan study was done, and then basically the education process died right after the study. So
They didn't do anything with the report.
there was no conversation with the public, there was no conversation.
But we can't change history.
Granted, it doesn't speak to the relevance of.
It's made the situation worse since you didn't do anything 2 years ago.
Yeah, it doesn't clarify the fact that, now we're having to deal with something and it automatically has a finger needing to be pointed, and ultimately we're the ones that are dealt with the decision of that.
I want to add, I don't know why it's goal 5, it should be goal 1, but I'm glad that it's a goal. Goal 5 is improve student achievement for all students. And then we have a review date there, what criticism of this report, whatever it is. I don't know whether it's special education or regular, that is our.
That's a business.
Our goal.
Yeah, we absolutely.
Even criticism working, I put it in the goal 5, but, sorry.
Reminder that the second interim that was presented to you last month, that the projected budget usually goes with the cuts and without. So remind you of the fiscal impact, and that the proposed supports and professional development and staffing is the reallocation of these funds in order to develop staff.
Did I say one thing? Yeah. President? Well, that's a very good point, and I compliment the board really taking the tough work at this time. The districts that FitMat took over and the superintendent was fired and the board was relieved of their duties. We're in Inglewood right now, running the district. There's no superintendent. We run the district. The board has no authority to make any decisions. They let it get so far away that they didn't make the cuts as they went along. They got to a point that they couldn't make up the deficit. So we had to issue to the state legislature a state loan for them to make payroll. We did the same thing right up the road in Oakland. They were literally this was about 10, 11 years ago, they were $100 million deficit. And they got so far, they knew they were getting in trouble, but they just didn't make the decisions, the board, as they needed to as they went along, and it got away from them. And therefore, that's when Governor Brown was the mayor, and he was like, I wouldn't say he's our best friend, but he was in, our business all the time because he wanted that mess to be cleared up. I think it's, you know what I'm trying to say.
I do, but I want to state something up. Whether, we're not in an incredible financial crisis here.
No.
We have a responsibility to the taxpayer to always evaluate every program and readjust based on things changing. The world has changed in education. Supreme Court ruling this week, what comes out of Sacramento, what comes out of Washington, anyway, and of all programs. And I know, again, that's what we should be spending more time doing, is looking at each program as we're going along, not because it's a financial crisis, but are we spending the money most efficiently and most effectively?
And that actually, so that actually.
We're not Inglewood is what I'm saying. This isn't being driven because of.
It kind of clarifies the point of the conversation, because ultimately it's a state that is going to be, that is widely felt if it moves forward. But my point is at that, there's got to be a conversation, a relationship that says, how do we protect ourselves from this happening again? right? How do you get to a place where, that's why I think it shouldn't be a negative thing to consider having reserves, right? Protecting jobs, making sure that when you have a program that's successful, that it doesn't flatline because the funds run out.
Exactly.
Otherwise, we're finding ourselves always trying to, catch up, and then we find ourselves at the point of success. That would be, to me, the greatest downfall, is at the point of truly seeing these numbers really jump because our district is so successful and us running out of funds because we didn't prepare for these things and put pre-plan for our teachers and then all, classified to have a job, to be able to serve our students.
I look at this as, it's difficult for me because one of my strengths is empathy too. And the other one is responsibility.
There you go.
So I'm being drawn, in two directions. And I have to put faith in Rick, Dr. Gillespie, Dr. Andrew, that they're not going to let the children suffer. That sometimes you have to break something to make it better. And that's what I see as in this case, yes, it's working, but can we do it better? Can we get more of those kids in the program so that they can go out and get a job? They can read the whatever it is that they need to read to do their job. If they can write a short history of their work experience. And if that's the end result, then, we need to do that for the kids. Because their parents are not always going to be there to take care of them. They have to be able to do some things on their own. And granted, there's a lot of the kids in the special ed that you kind of wonder, why are they here? Or should I have really been in special ed rather she wasn't? But I have faith. I have faith in the people in the administration here at the district that they're not going to let their children suffer. That it's going to come together. It's going to come together better than it was before.
So we're not going to lost that.
And I think piggybacking on Peter, Pat and I, we started together. And I think we were just on the uptick and things were turning around in the district and we were able, we were on the restoration committee and we were very excited to plan what we were going to bring back and do all these different things. And I think I kind of reiterated almost at every board meeting, I want to make sure that what we bring back, we can sustain.
I remember that.
So are we ready to go for a vote?
I'll call for the vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Elsa?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you.
Don't go far, Erica. Next one.
So the next resolution is in regard to our work around the reorganization and reallocation of classified staff that are not related to special education. And when we shared this at the last board meeting, we told you that we were evaluating all of our positions and we were basing it off of what CASBO, the California Association of School Business Officials, and historical staffing ratios that we've used here in Hollister. And looking at both of those, as well as there was a third, we brought in the academy, which compares us to like districts in the state and ranks us in percentage of spending around these positions. And so first Cabinet took a look at it. Then we brought it to Cabinet and all of the principals to look at it. Then talked to leadership about it, union leadership about it. And we came up with what we want the staffing ratios to be for next year. I will tell you that the majority of those items there, we made no changes, even if this historical staffing ratio was lower. One is custodial. Historical staffing ratios were lower for custodial, and we kept them where they are now, because we want to maintain our facilities and where we've got new items that are there, just new things that are happening at our site. We did look at, and custodial was based off acreage and number of classes. There are formulas for each one of these. The historical staffing ratios for office manager, secretary, other pieces there deal with the number of students. And there were some sites that had 270 students who had the same amount of office staff as a site with 700 students. And so that the group felt, leadership felt that that was not an equal working environment, which is why there are secretarial hours that have been reduced. So there's an hour at this site, 2 hours at this site, 2 hours at that site, coming off for the secretarial. We maintained all the health clerks because we felt that we want to make sure there's transition going on. We want to make sure that our kids are healthy and taken care of. So at this point, migrant liaisons are based on our migrant funding. That we have not yet finished. We may be coming back to you about the migrant liaisons. The school account specialists, we're asking for those at the middle schools to be reduced. With the automation that is coming through around time sheets and the work that Dave and Eric are doing around the position control, take care. And the way that we're going to be moving around other work in the system, the need for those folks we felt is not needed any longer. Maintaining the library media specialists as some of our resource teachers, they have overlap in responsibilities, and so we'll be looking at that. And then the good news is our teachers are learning so much about tech that the level of team support that's needed could be reduced. And so that's what we thought, that we couldn't just look at special ed. We needed to look at the entire system. And that is what we've done. Based on 3 data points of what a good ratio should be.
So good evening. Resolution 31, 1617 includes a classified reduction of general education staff. And again, it includes all of the reference points that Dr. Andrew has discussed. Please note that earlier this evening, we heard a public comment about the instructional assistants at the priority school at Oro Hardin. We have used that as skipping criteria for those particular positions because we do want to give Oro Hardin an opportunity to see if they can grow and develop and implement and use those human resources in the manner that we had determined, that the school board had determined. So those will not be included in a reduction. The first item on the resolution includes instructional assistants, the bilingual or RSP classification. There's 4.313 full-time employees there that would be impacted or impacted by a reduction. The migrant preschool specialist, which is the teaching position of a migrant preschool session, one session will not be operating. That is equivalent to 0.438,
and that is due to a reduction in our migrant enrollment. And also because as a district, we will be expanding our TK program next year at every school site. So students will have the opportunity to enroll in an all-day TK program in lieu of our preschool program, should they choose to. The next position includes the school account specialist. That's a full-time employee. We currently have 2 half-time, so that would be, that would encompass both. Also, we have a school secretary position at 0.875. That's equivalent to 7 hours across the board district-wide at various school sites. We have 1 site technology specialist at a full-time position. We have the state preschool specialist. That includes the 2 positions that were approved earlier, I believe last month, with a resolution to discontinue the state preschool program that was approved last month via resolution. This includes that position. There's 2 of them, 0.875. So it's 2 3.5-hour positions there. That's the teacher position. And then the state preschool associate, that's the assistant. That's 0.875, and that also goes along with the resolution that was approved last month. So that brings us to a total of 9.376 full-time employees that would be reduced.
Thank you. Questions?
All right.
Are any of these positions eliminated by attrition?
That is awesome.
I'm sorry?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking. Whenever, as a district, we have a situation such as this where we have a reduction, we do our best to accommodate as much of the reduction due to natural attrition, whether it be a retirement or if there's a current vacancy, we will not fill it. All of this occurs with discussions with the bargaining unit so that they are aware. That will help reduce the impact that we will have on the actual amount of employees, because we will take into consideration any vacancy that already exists or any retirement that already that will be coming up.
We don't know those solid numbers yet. This is the first step in determining what all that would be.
But people that are intending to retire have already submitted their letter of intent. No?
Sometimes unfortunately, for different reasons, retirement would be a personal decision, but some folks choose to retire in mid-June or, later on. Sometimes things come up, and as HR, as a district, we don't find out. It would be nice, but, we work with what we have, the information that we do have. However, if there is a retirement that would come across our desks in the next, few weeks or months as we work on this, then of course that would be taken into consideration.
What is the average number of people that retire yearly?
It depends year to year. Trying to think of last year. Maybe.
Looking at classified and certificated together, a dozen, 50.
And they're always a 39-month rehire, so if during that time someone were to leave and they're next in line, they would be called to come back.
And some employees have held other job titles that would give them a right to choose one of those options as a future type of employment opportunity.
I know a lot of, many of the state preschool could be accommodated by our children, the children moving to a different site, and then therefore their enrollment justified additional staff.
But you said we were going to be increasing TK, right, at our website, so.
Right now, our enrollment is looking fantastic, which is something that I think our community has embraced. We've not been able to offer that at all of our school sites, and right now there is such a high interest because it is a high quality
first year kindergarten, and it's an all-day program, and it's free. Yeah, that's awesome.
And we ready to expand the ones, yes, that we qualify for TK.
I think for me, the only, I go back to, I mean, this is probably one of the hardest things, because I wasn't anticipating we would ever have to go back to this. I really didn't. And, like Pat said, I'm very conflicted. Being a classified member myself, you fight for every position, and that's our obligation. And so to feel that we've had to come to this point because we weren't really paying attention to what our priorities were looking like. My only thing is I don't want to go back to this again. And I just plead with Gabe and Lisa, and Erica. I don't want to do this again. I just don't. Whatever we got to do, whatever we got to do moving forward, I don't want to be in this position again with our staff.
I'll tell you what we have to do then, because again, you see all this building going up, right? You see all these new homes going in, we're getting developer fees off of it. The reason I harp on academic outcomes so much is because parents are voting with their feet. They are building homes here, but the theory is they're enrolling kids closer to where they were. That's number one. Number two, I studied this data over, I haven't shared it with anyone, but I'll tell you that 20% of our population leaves the general population of Hollister School District and goes to other programs like AAA, HDLA, and Hollister PEP. Whether we can measure how well we're doing or not because of the gobbledygook around the state measurement systems and stuff like that, parents fundamentally know. And even though we have more homes, we know from our weekly reports, enrollment is flat or slightly declining. So if we don't want to go here again, we need to keep doing what we're doing and reevaluate programs and say, how do we get parents satisfied enough that they don't think about any other school system or any of our elite programs except for what we know as college. And that's it. That's 90% of the problem in my opinion. This, again, I shop, I go to church, with all these people that are impacted by this, it hurts. But again, we do have certain responsibilities. Nobody wants to see us, spending money unwisely, and we get our test scores up. You would see a tremendous at the end of the day, or the equivalent of the test scores. Parents feeling more comfortable with Hollister School District. And you guys, the high school has the same issue. So,
but I see light. I see light at the end of the tunnel for me. I know a lot of people who settle there and move in Hollister. The housing costs are definitely, although high for most individuals that live here, they're still technically a lot better than the Silicon Valley. So there's a lot of opportunity, and I see hope in the sense. Granted, we have a really successful district. It becomes a magnet to those folks, and tighten up the ship, we could be really successful.
Until we provide jobs though for some parents. I mean, because I've had to leave my child, 45 minutes away from my work. And when I heard that, got a call from the babysitter that said she was headed to the emergency room, I mean, it was a stressful time, and you just don't want your kids to be that far away from you.
Well, granted, there's always opportunities. I know how the community is growing. There's a lot of things changing in the industry. So there's hope for Hollister, and we have a lot of open lots, I don't know what kind of opportunities come around the corner. Which is why it's good to talk to our local city council, find out what these opportunities are, but ultimately, the collaboration would be to for everybody's benefit. And I see a lot of hope for Hollister. I know that we can become a hub for Silicon Valley if we play our part well.
Anything else?
I'll be the bad guy again and make a motion to approve resolution 3116.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Any other comments, questions? Call for vote then. For approval of resolution 311617. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Erica.
Thank you, Erica.
It depends, you know, it is, whose face do you see when you close your eyes? Okay, now we're on discussion approval of board policy 0410, non-discrimination of district programs and activities. Andrew?
Yes. This was asked by trustee Hernandez that we put this on for discussion.
Granted, I know, the state law, right, we can't necessarily be arbitrary to it, but to me, it's at least a good point of conversation with, not everything that comes out of state legislature makes sense. Which is kind of the gobbledygook that Rob was talking about. You know, non-discrimination policies against mascot names, I just think it's all relevant to who you talk to. The point is, it's a subjective conversation. You know, some people might think it's, you know, bad to call yourself a baiter, I don't know. No, wouldn't make sense to me, but I just think it's, anyways. So I just thought that was my biggest concern with that, and then with that next one, 13.9.
Oh, wait.
Sorry, well, I mean,
That's
you
separate.
still have to technically.
That is
I mean,
even separate.
Oh, you have to do it.
That is even separate.
Got it.
Yep.
Anyways, that was my.
Any other comment?
Yeah, I don't like things like this because who is to determine whether something is derogatory or discriminatory? You know, I come from the school of the home of blue heads. You know, that might offend somebody because it's blue or hens, I don't know. But, you know, this originates from my opponent at the state assembly, Lisa Lego, and it's just political and it's a diversion from our core focus of educating kids. So that's why, you know, I can't support it either.
Do I have a motion to approve board policy 0410? Based on the new law, AB 30 and 2015. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Rob?
May.
Okay. Policy passes. And, I'm sorry?
Now we can go to 13.9. Again, my focus being on objective, I think we can focus on groups rather than what the contribution is, which is the way that I read that. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't want to be known that I did something that was good because I missed it. I want to be known that I did something good, period, just in general.
Are you talking about the next one? Or the-
Yeah, 13.9, this approval administrator, it's a course of study.
Right.
Which is 614.
Here. So instruction shall not
Shama.
Oh, yeah, I've read that.
Shama to the early history of California and a study of the role and contributions of men and women, Native Americans, African Americans, Mexican Americans, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, European Americans, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender Americans, persons with disabilities, and members of other ethnic and cultural groups, the economic, political, social development of California and the United States, with particular emphasis on portraying the role of these groups in contemporary society.
Well, then the Irish are included in there because they're European Americans, so I'm okay.
My question for that is, Lisa, can we get a budget on what it would cost to change the curriculum to make sure it's compliant with that particular policy?
So we have to, what is your, a budget to change the curriculum? So we would write our own curriculum
Don't know how we would accomplish compliance
with that.
with this policy, yeah.
Right, right. I have no idea how much that would, but that would be tons and tons and tons of money.
At least they would just highlight the fact that there's legislation that comes down that says, this is your expectation. You figure it out. Which is really frustrating.
That's the way the government works.
Yeah. At least in the context of this conversation, it's at least good to highlight that. Say, because that's when people vote, make decisions there. A little bit more on something that would be more rational, I guess, in that sense.
Yeah, because we're establishing the policy, that this is a policy, can you affirmatively say that your social studies curriculum or includes all of the items listed there?
So this is ed code.
Yeah.
So this isn't something that someone's opinion, this is already written in ed code that we must follow. And so to the extent that we follow it, is we could include in here based on adopted curriculum. Those who want their curriculum adopted by the state have to write it according to ed code. So therefore, the curriculum that's being used is not made up by this social studies teacher and that social studies teacher. In order to get your curriculum approved through the state, they would have to match the ed code. But this is ed code.
So that brings up my next question. If it is ed code, why do we have to adopt, the state law or law will always trump whatever policy we adopt. So why do we have to spend time agonizing over things like this and the public's time at 9:15?
This is an administrative regulation. It's how we're going to implement the ed code. This is an AR. An AR is how are you going to implement this ed code?
We'll probably have a whole lot of time.
We can get specific and say.
If we didn't have to deal with constantly changing.
So if you, like I said, looking at this, thinking what could we put in here in our AR of implementation so that it's compliant with ed code and it's not left up to the opinion of your teacher. And we could say that it has to be implemented using state adopted curriculum.
As usual, you're against writing middle ground.
That's my job.
But I would suggest that Scholastic News that you referred to is aiming at covering this, all the changes that are.
So Scholastic News does not have to follow ed code.
But if they want you to buy it.
Oh no, we can buy whatever we want.
When you buy one that does follow ed code and so it becomes part of your curriculum.
Exactly what I'm saying, and the ones that will follow ed code are the ones that are state adopted curriculum. We can add that to the AR, how we're gonna implement this ed code as well.
So you wanna bring this back?
No, you can tell me right now what language you want in there, and then I'll bring it back for a first read.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
So if you could add that.
Put that language, you got it.
not saying I'll vote for it all, we can take another.
All right. We will, table this.
It is, it has to be a motion to deny, right?
Table.
To table, okay.
Okay, do I have, a motion to table this
So,
Second.
and, it will be brought back for another reading. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, now we can do a bulk of
Wow.
funds with the approval of the second reading of the board policies and administrative regulations under 13J. Anybody have insomnia? I've been reading.
no, my only
Oh,
question
this
is,
is the first reading.
This is first reading.
First reading.
Second reading?
The next one is second reading.
Okay.
The next two are second.
my only question on
No,
this,
no, 13J are second reading.
I read your-
Oh, they are all
the
second.
the title says second reading. What, are they second reading or first reading?
This is the second reading because I
Yeah.
remember some of these from.
But what is written here says first reading.
Yeah,
Even
all
though the
second.
title-
second?
They're all second.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry.
mine says second.
In the title. It's
Oh,
a
okay,
recommended
okay.
motion. It's a typo.
Got it. So my only question is, Lisa, for the next board meeting, will you please bring our board policies, the binder?
No, you can print them out and read them.
We don't have them all printed out. We have them all online.
And how do I get access to them?
They're on, if you go on the homepage.
No, that, I mean, that's my whole point behind doing this. I mean, the practical reality is no one can easily look at all of our board policies that we adopt. You know, I mean, literally, I mean, we just do these and you don't know
Then why would you print them unless you
to make the
were looking
point,
for something particular?
to make the
That's
point
how
that,
complicated we are.
you know, I wish we would stop this practice just because
We can.
but it's ed code.
We can.
So you get new legislation.
And then you get out of compliance, like the high school did for many, many years of not having their board policy updated and online and accessible for the public. We don't want to go there.
Well, that's
Do I have a
all
motion
that
now?
we approve it.
To approve the second reading of all of those administrative regulations and board policies in 13J.
So moved.
Second. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll go on to 13K, which is the second reading of board policies and administrative regulations as listed on page whatever, page 12 or 13. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Notice in that one that some of them are deleted.
Yes.
Yeah. And next we go on to 13L for the second reading of those board policies and administrative regulations on page 13 of 13.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Got something done. Next item on the agenda is board member report. Rob, do you have anything to report?
I had a great time reading at Sarah Vista and Sunny Slope, and was totally impressed with, again, classroom behavior and classroom management. These kids were so polite, and the teachers seemed to know exactly what they were doing when they needed, you know, when I was rallying them up. So, I recently met with somebody from AXA, the Association of California School Administrators, and you know, emphasize the importance of administrators, just so he knew that I knew. You know, a lot of good things happen on school campuses. They, you know, the teachers always get top billing, which they deserve, but administrators, like administrators, you know, they're just as important as well. I mean that, you know, seriously. So, and I look forward to seeing all of you Thursday.
Peter?
Just guys, I'll have a gate convention, hopefully the first one in a long time. Tomorrow.
And do I need to be there? I mean, I'm just an alternate, right?
Yes,
So.
Peter and I will be there.
Oh, so do you have anything to report? Okay. Okay, well, I am, read Dr. Seuss. I can read with my eyes shut. Wow. I also received an assignment yesterday to make a costume for Susical, the musical, the St. Benita Stage Company in Cleveland. So I have to make a costume for the Grinch. And I attended a couple of task force and parent meetings with Dr. Gillespie and Rick. And Thursday, there's the joint school board meeting. And all the school boards from the county get together. And that's about it. And the next item is future agenda items.
Okay, this is what I thought. So at the next board meeting is April, right? So we'll have a discussion on a resolution for reinforcing our board policy on student records privacy. And we'll have an update from the San Benito Art Council as we look to what we would like to do with them next year. And I believe it's next month. I am almost positive that our PR firm, our friends at Clifford Moss, are going to be here with us to share with you the work that we've done in the first quarter of our contract, our strategic communication plan, and see some fruits of that work, which is really exciting. The other thing I would like to talk with you about is I've been talking with the interim superintendent at the high school, and we would like to get on the calendar a joint board meeting to discuss math articulation, specifically what we do with our high achieving students, as well as having our 8th grade teachers do professional development with the math teachers over at the high school, and looking at vertical alignment, Common Core 7, Common Core 8, what has been, so it's just kids don't miss a beat. And for our kids that are ready, then they're ready to take that course that has the word jump in it, so that they can. So we would like to have a joint board meeting specifically aimed at math articulation.
Lisa, do we have, like math chairs and things like that? And
Yeah, we have, our middle school math teachers are pretty, I mean, you can tell by our scores that they're.
A division chair, is that what you?
yeah, like we have.
Division
high school,
chairs,
yeah.
departments.
Because what I'm saying is, could we request that from the high school and our school, we have the
The
relevant
bid
chairs?
application?
Yeah.
Sure, I can do that. So I'm looking at May 16th and June 6th. I'm looking at,
We get all the way out today.
well, we need to let the new superintendent get settled.
Oh, that's right.
What's the name?
They're in the process of hiring a new superintendent, so
We're not, right?
no, they
They
are.
are.
The high school.
No,
Like,
right, the interim. Is he,
no, the interim is there, and they're in the
They're
process of
just
hiring.
reviewing, yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
May 16th is not good for me.
May
I'm gonna go back east.
okay, so May 16th is not good for Pat. Is June 6th, is anyone thinking June 6th is not a possibility?
Do we have anything here? We've got graduations, but they're not till the 8th.
The last week of school.
That's a Tuesday. No.
Tuesday is Saturday.
Okay.
No.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. So that is a Tuesday.
Or we could wait till after school is out and do June 13th.
That's graduation?
Graduation is a week prior.
When's high
Oh,
school?
so the sixth,
A
I
week
think,
prior.
would be fine.
June 1st. No, high school.
No?
I think the sixth. Would be fine.
So this is.
6th is fine with me.
And is the 13th out also, Ken, like a couple of days in that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Oh, the May revise, yes.
So this will be our first board
It's
meeting.
going.
This will be our
Planning and
first board
services.
meeting with the high school.
School
Yes.
services has announced their date, but capital public finance is not yet, so I'm waiting on their date.
That's all I got, ma'am.
Okay, any announcements, reminders? Any motion to adjourn? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying.
What time would that June 6th board meeting be at?
Make sure there's a 7.
They start by working.
Your son looks for Mark Cars. I'm telling you, we might stop at that place.
He loves that.
They love him.
He
Really good.
is, he's very happy.
Oh.
It's nice to drive myself.
Right? I would agree. I would hope that as well. Stay apart.